All right, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and call to order the meeting of Long Beach City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Zendejas.
Present.
Vice Mayor Allen.
Present.
Councilmember Duggan. Here. Councilman Supernaw.
Here.
Councilwoman Kerr.
Here.
Councilwoman Sorrow.
Present.
Councilmember Uranga.
Presente.
Councilman Austin. Councilmember Rixote. Mayor Richardson. We have a quorum.
Okay, all right. Councilman Austin, you mind leading the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. Please, we can have a moment of silence. Stand with a moment of silence. Let's come together collectively for peace. Okay, if you are able, please stand and put your right hand over your heart. Let's say the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic.
Thanks, Councilman Austin. All right, well, welcome to the October 15th meeting of the Long Beach City Council. Today we have 3 presentations, and then we'll move through the City Council agenda. We will start with Filipino History Month celebration, Council Members 6 and 7. Councilmember Sorrow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I introduce today's presenter, I first want to thank Jessica Gillette as well as Dr. Elaine Bernal for their work in organizing today's wonderful celebration. It's so great to see everyone in their traditional clothes. I also want to give thanks to Carolyn Romana for helping with today's events as well. And so we are here today to showcase and share the Filipino American history presentation presented by Jessica and Dr. Bernal and Mr. Paul Blanco. Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Obrador Gillette. I'm a resident of District 2 and have lived in Long Beach for 18 years.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Elaine Villanueva Bernal. I'm a resident of District 8 and have lived in Long Beach for over 10 years. I'm also a former resident of District 4. I always have to give a shout out to Supernal. We want to thank the offices of Mayor Richardson, Councilwoman Sorrow, Councilmember Uranga, and Councilmember Dr. Rixote for collaborating with us on having our 3rd annual City Long Beach Filipino American History Month celebration. We are here to introduce Paul Blanco, who was active in the city of Long Beach for many decades. He is responsible for the 1992 resolution in which the Long Beach City Council declared Santa Fe Avenue from 20th Street to Spring Street as Filipino neighborhood.
Being in front of City Council is nothing new for Mr. Blanco, as he had made many presentations before City Council in the course of his leadership in the city of Long Beach. I'm going to list them, so bear with me, but I will go through this, but I want to make sure that we acknowledge all the work that Mr. Paul Blanco has done for the city of Long Beach. He was the community developer for the Filipino Caucus, Long Beach United Methodist Church, founder and director of the Filipino Outreach Center in Long Beach, founder and former president and CEO of Federation of Filipino American Association, Inc., founder and first chairman of Asian Pacific Mental Health of Long Beach, first commissioner of the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Commission of Long Beach, first commissioner for the Citizen Police Complaint Commission of Long Beach, founder and director of Long Beach District Filipino Parish, commissioned by President George H. Bush to serve as a member of the United States presidential delegation to attend the 50th anniversary of the fall of Bataan and closure of the U.S. bases in the Philippines in 1992. He was listed in the International Directory of Distinguished Leadership, 5th edition, conferred by the American Biographical Institute and Who's Who among Asian Americans. He was president of the National Association of Sons and Daughters of Filipino-American World War II veterans, colonel and former director for the Office of Public Liaison of the United States American Volunteer Reserve, former chairman of the Long Beach Bacolod Sister Cities, enshrined in the 2002 Community Historical Mural in the city of Long Beach, celebrating some of the contemporary leaders that have created dynamic, culturally diverse city that brought Long Beach into the 21st century. He received the 2002 Lifetime Achievement Award from the Senate President of the Republic of the Philippines. He was the former commissioner of the Long Beach Water Department and former chairman of the Chief of Police Advisory Board of Long Beach. Please welcome Mr. Paul Blanco.
Mabuhay. Mabuhay.
Hi.
And thank you very much for this, for the honor you have given me. My life has come to a full circle, knowing that I have made a difference with my fellow kababayans here, where I call home, in the city of Long Beach. Thank you, Mayor Kel, Rex Richardson, the Long Beach City Council, MS Jessica Dalik, Caroline Mrs. Jessica Gillette, Elaine Villanueva, Board and Council, and Caroline Romana, to this special recognition, and by organizing and hosting the 3rd Annual Filipino-American History Month celebration. It is a great pleasure that I am still this I am able to thank the people who have supported me your time, my time and efforts working in the city
Okay. On behalf of my dad, Paul Blanco, mabuhay and thank you for this honor. My life has come full circle knowing that I have made a difference with my fellow kababayans here, where I call home in the city of Long Beach. Thank you, Mayor Rex Richardson, the Long Beach City Council, Ms. Jessica Gillette, Elaine Villanueva Bernal, and Carolyn Romana for this special recognition and for organizing and hosting this third annual Filipino American History Month celebration. It is with great pleasure that I am still able to thank the people who have supported me throughout my journey in my career and ministry. I am very grateful for all of my Federation of Filipino American Association supporters. Your time and efforts working alongside of me have not gone unnoticed. Those times spent with all of you were the best times of my life. There have been many other people who have come into my life, so many to name, but one person comes to mind when I think of the county and the city of Long Beach. I would be remiss if I did not mention Supervisor Don Canabi. He impacted my life in so many ways by supporting my family and our beloved community. To that, I am very grateful. I would specifically like to thank my family for always supporting me with all of my dreams and aspirations. And to my beloved wife, who is no longer with us, she was my pillar of strength and courage. We worked together to achieve the best for our family and community. She was the wind beneath my wings. We soared together up in the air and down below. Miriam was always there for me and my family and all of our extended family. My time of community work has come to an end. My hope is that this Filipino American History Month in Long Beach will continue to flourish for all future generations. Salamat, and thank you again for this honor.
All right. Thank you. And we have a certificate, a plaque for you recognizing Filipino History Month. We'll pull the rope back. Come on behind the rail.
Yeah, let's do a group photo.
All right. Thank you so much. Next, we have our animal care service monthly pet adoption. Let's just move these rails out the way for the pet. You know, they get. Paul, you want to help with that? Thanks. Oh boy, so who do we have here today?
Hi, baby. She's so pretty.
Let's activate the microphone.
Hello? Oh.
Perfect. So who's this?
Hello, esteemed City Council members and Honorable Mayor. My name is May Villanueva from Long Beach Animal Care Services, and today we are joined by our wonderful volunteer, Stephanie Modica, and our Shelter Pet of the Month. This is Mercedes. She is a Cane Corso Mastiff mix, about 1 year old. She's shy but a playful pup, ready to find her forever home. Definitely a bundle of joy and full of curiosity. She may take a little time to warm up, but when she feels safe, her playful personality shines through. She did come in as a pair, so her other friend who came with her to the shelter is named Cadillac, in case you want to adopt them together. So Cadillac and Mercedes. She would thrive in a loving home where she can build confidence and explore the world at her own pace. Her favorite holiday is Halloween because she is definitely treat motivated, and she can do a few tricks such as sit and touch. So if you're into a gentle companion, she'll definitely be the pup for you. Along with Mercedes, we have a lot of pets available for adoption this month. We are hosting a Find Your Boo adoption special all through the month of October. Animals that have stayed with us for more than 30 days are priced at $13. Vaccines play a crucial role in preventative health care, protecting our furry friends from various diseases. So we've partnered with CAMP every single week to host low-cost vaccine and microchip clinics. It is every Monday, second Friday, and fourth Friday of the month from 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. We're always adding more events, so check out our website for more information for a full schedule. I do want to mention that at these clinics, microchips are offered. Just yesterday, Councilwoman Megan Kerr had found a friendly, unattended dog playing at the park. She was able to approach it, and he came willingly, just very friendly, and so she brought him to our shelter, found out he was microchipped, and we were able to reunite him with his owners who lived down the street from the park. So microchips are definitely important for helping you find your lost pet.
She's a good one.
Yeah. And then lastly, we wanted to highlight our annual Long Beach Pet Fair happening this weekend. Our Long Beach Animal Care Service adoption wagon will be there with a variety of pet resources, local vendors, and it'll definitely be a fun time for your family and pets to enjoy a great day at Marina Green Park. So for more information, go to longbeachpetfair.com. And then all of our information that we discuss here is on our website, and you can visit us Wednesday through Friday at our shelter too. Thank you.
All right, well, folks, let's hear it again for Animal Care Services and Mercedes. So, Mercedes is a good dog. She is very social. She gets along really well. She said hi to every council member. That is not happen every time. Sometimes they skip right past some districts. I won't say which ones. Well, they greeted all 9 council districts today. And, you know, we're on a roll. Every pet that's come in for the pet adoptions has been taken home by a Long Beach family. And Mercedes is up there, one of the best that we've seen, I will tell you. So if you're looking for a pet, this is a good one. So make sure you check out our incredible shelter and our shelter staff and the incredible pets we have at Long Beach Animal Care Services. Let's hear it from them one more time. And I encourage you So check out the website, learn more about how you can take Mercedes home. Congratulations, thank you so much. Next, we have our Veterans Day presentation from our city manager.
Yes.
Or Gina, the Office of Veteran Affairs.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here again. I'm Gina Overholt, the Veteran Support. I'm saying it wrong myself. The Office of Veteran Support and Veterans Commission Coordinator. It is that time again already. The Long Beach Veterans Day celebration takes place on Saturday, November 9th from 11 to 4 in Houghton Park. And this time it's a little different because it's part of Beach Street's Uptown. So we're really thrilled about that, actually. And there are 3 hubs that are part of Beach Streets. You see the map on the right side. That the 3 hubs are the Library Hub, which is in front of Michelle Obama Library, the Veterans Day Hub, which is in Houghton Park, and the Artesia Hub. So Beach Streets is a combination celebration, and Atlantic Avenue is going to be pedestrian-friendly, walkable, bike-friendly, skateboarding-friendly, etc. We celebrate clean air and non-motorized vehicles for the day. We're also, it's also showcasing the Artesia Great Boulevard project with its streetscape improvements and new bike corridor. And in it being closed to traffic on Atlantic from south to Artesia and then Artesia from Atlantic to Cherry, I wanted to assure you that for the Veterans Day Hub, that parking is available east of Houghton Park, and there will be ADA accessible parking and a paratransit drop-off on Harding Street between Atlantic and Myrtle. So at these entertainment hubs are live music, information and resources booths, food, more on this in a moment. So here's some of the highlights of the celebration. Night Rider is going to be the headliner from 2:30 to 4. That's the locally world famous 80s and 90s tribute band. If you haven't seen them, they're great. The Satin Dolls with 2 sets at noon and 1:15, which is like kind of a 40s era tribute. Great singing. I just saw them at the Long Beach Lone Sailor celebration on Sunday. We have DJ Mr. Quick. And then the Kids Zone again this year, but this is the Kids Zone for the entire Beach Streets event. It has its own stage with DJ Mike, performances by Bob Baker Marionette Theater, arts and crafts, skate zone with skate park, etc. And let's not forget delicious food trucks, a beer garden, the Aquarium of the Pacific's Aquarium on Wheels, many, many things offered that day. I also want to point out that there will be flu immunizations there. So if you haven't gotten your flu shot, come on out. It might sting for a bit, but it's in a fun setting. And there'll also be the Veterans Recognition Ceremony, and that kicks off with flyovers by historic aircraft and the presentation of colors. We'll recognize, of course, the outstanding Veteran Volunteer of the Year and some of the veteran serving and community-based organizations who have done excellent work in our community to serve veterans. And I wanted to also make sure I point out that there is I think I missed that part, the resources fair. So about 30 different organizations will be there offering an array of services, veteran serving and community-based organizations plus various city departments. And this is just an example of some of the organizations that are participating, from the public library to Parks, Rec, and Marine. We have other organizations like the Veterans Peer Access Network, and it's going to be fantastic. I really want to encourage you all to come out to Beach Streets in general and to what I think is the best hub, the Veterans Hub. And I look forward to seeing all of you at Beach Streets 2024 and the Veterans Day Hub. Thank you very much.
All right. Gina, is that the Veterans Affairs Commission over there with you?
We have a couple of them here. Yes,
Can you all stand, please, so we can recognize you? Thank you so much. I see some veterans with you. How about all the veterans just stand so we can just recognize you?
Please.
See Gus. Outstanding. Good. Thank you so much.
So
Well-
celebrate, honor, and recognize the city's vibrant veterans community at our Veterans Day Hub.
Right, and before you go, I know Councilmember Ricks Odie wants to say something. This is in her council district. Does it go down to the 8th too this year?
It stops at South Street.
But it's an uptown thing.
It is all in
It's an
Uptown.
uptown thing. Well, you know, Beach Streets started in Uptown, and it's a great event, a great party, great celebration. Dr. Ricks Odie, did you get DW3 this year?
I don't know. Who is that again? Is that
The mayor will come if DW3
well,
is
believe
playing.
it or not, we got DW3 and biscuits and gravy.
Come on now. Okay. All right. Like, if you ever attended an Uptown event, then you know you're in for something special. Well, congratulations to all of you. Councilman Ricks Odie, what you got?
Yeah, so I just wanted to, fantastic, Gina, you did a great job presenting it. We're super excited. I tend to tell time by before and after my children. So the previous Beach Streets was before my son Cohen was born. And so I'm super excited to see this come back to the community. For us to be able to showcase all well, I don't see Director Lopez out here, but if he was here, he would say, how much money did we spend on Artesia, council member? He's like, 30? No. 35? No. He's like, we spent $43 million on the Artesia Boulevard project, and we are proud to showcase all the work that we have done on that. The work from our mayor when he was council member, our former council member, Steve Neal, right? Just the investments in Uptown, be able to show our wonderful Veterans Day Festival, right? We're gonna make it fantastic. We're doing all of these upgrades and refreshes to the Veterans Memorial ahead of the Veterans Day Festival. We're gonna have a whole hub at the Michelle Obama Library. So we're gonna make sure that this is something that the entire city can enjoy. So please come out, plan your day November 9th to come and check out Uptown, hang out, see our restaurants, our businesses, and celebrate a fantastic Veterans Day weekend.
All right. Congratulations. Thank you so much. We look forward to supporting our veterans. And congratulations, Councilwoman Ricks Odie. Look forward to opening the Great Boulevard. Well, that satisfies all of our presentations. It was a lot today, but we made it through. We're now going to go and report out from closed session, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have 2 items to report out from closed session. The matter Shevik versus the City of Long Beach settled in the amount of $500,000, and the matter of Ware versus City of Long Beach settled in the amount of $320,000.
All right. Thank you. We'll now take consent calendar, items 1 through 15, please. Okay. I see it's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on consent? Okay, no public comment. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, thank you. We'll now go to, we're going to do public comment, number 1. Public comment, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 speakers. I will read your names. When you hear your name, please come forward. Bazella McDonald, Herman Long, Anthony Holmes, Julie Dean, Muriel Baril, Ziad Zreek, Karen Rezide, Paul Vallejo, and Joseph Edwards. So Bazella, you are up.
Thank you. Bazella McDonald, born and raised Long Beach, California. So hello, City Council, and greetings to the concerned City of Long Beach residents. Today, on behalf of some concerned residents, I am expressing to you the disappointment on how this election process for Measure JB has been handled. The disappointment is felt across the city, not just in one council district. It is a disappointment to see the disingenuous and untruths that had come out of the Measure JB election process concerning the measure. On August 6th, I was most caught off guard by the process. I was actually privy to an email sent out from the mayor's office seeking to rally folks to attend the August 6th meeting. The result of that rallying brought in Cal State Long Beach students to crowd the public comment for that item. Those students all read relatively the same statement on an item that they were informed by the uninformed. This organized effort gave you, Mayor, the privilege of reducing community leaders' comments from 3 minutes and 90 seconds, disallowing them to get some truth out to the community. All I could think of is why would our trusted leaders, such as yourselves, allow a process to be corrupted? All this does is build distrust in the community. Also, how disingenuous to vote the item to be placed on a ballot in the last possible hour, allowing community members and activists 48 hours to submit their names to be argument writers. Only disingenuous politicians do stuff like that. Why did you allow that? Regular folks that are not making a career in politics would not have known this. Thankfully, a city employee reached out to the civil service commissioners 90 minutes before the deadline to submit their names. Not even the city attorney supporting the commission hinted to them. Also on that subject, it was disingenuous and disrespectful to deny the current Civil Service Commission's president, past president, or current commissioner who was a past union representative and a well-respected community member to serve as an argument writer. Hopefully one day you'll understand how that was morally wrong thing to do. Also, there was a representative from Long Beach City College speaking without authorization on behalf of Long Beach City College supporting JB, but thankfully, along with other concerned residents, we were in the audience when the Long Beach City College Board of Trustees voted not to support Measure JB. And lastly, it was disingenuous and disrespectful, and I don't know who's responsible for this, but on an actual ballot measure, only the lead argument writer's title as former commissioner was printed on a ballot. If there was limited space, it should have been left to print Michael McDonald, the retired veteran U.S. Navy who served 20 years from this country, not a former commissioner who spent 20 months of a 4 to 8 year term on the commission. And
Your
I just
time's
want to
concluded.
thank the baby boomers
Thank
for
you.
their support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Herman Long.
Good evening, members of the City Council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Herman Long. I'm a retired city employee, 33 years with the city. Retired as Deputy Director of the Civil Service Department. I'm before you today to express my dissatisfaction with the fact, with Measure JB. Civil service was created to prevent corruption in the hiring and to protect employees against unfair labor practices. We all know that. But it was also there to protect the interests of the city, the citizens such as myself, and the taxpayers such as myself. Measure JB would severely diminish those protections by transferring all oversight, recruitment, and testing processes directly under the city manager, whose departments do most of the city's hiring. To me and many other concerned citizens, employees, retirees, and prospective job seekers, this definitely qualifies as a conflict of interest. This would open the door for preferential hiring of individuals who are family members or friends of management and supervisors who are highly involved in the selection process. Further, it would open the door for campaign donors to access employment through political connections. Either situation would potentially allow for the hiring of individuals who may lack the experience and qualifications to perform the essential job duties of our critical jobs. Any resulting lawsuits would cost the city substantial taxpayer money. Civil service, as most of you know, was there to initially establish to prohibit such actions. Civil service ensures potential employees have the necessary minimum skills and qualifications to perform the jobs they're hired to serve in our city. Offering hiring preferences to local graduates and citizens will not guarantee continued long-term employment with the city, such as myself, when there are retention issues that are not being addressed. The citizens of Long Beach cannot afford to lose oversight and transparency, that's a word you use quite often in your meetings, provided by the Civil Service Department, but yet that transparency is being diminished in my opinion. As some of you may know, there's approximately 5,000, maybe more employees now in the city. But the civil service only hires the 21 that works in this department. So to put literature out there that, you know, talks about basically the slow process of hiring is totally incorrect. It's the employees and the managers of those divisions who have not complied with the rules that say hire within, 90 working days. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Anthony Holmes.
No on Measure JB. You know, they say I'm biased when it comes to you, Al Austin. I'm not biased when it comes to Al Austin. Al Austin, he's outside when 12-year-old boys is getting murdered on our streets. He's at them candlelight visuals. So as far as me coming up here saying something about you, Al, I have nothing to say bad towards you. But I do have something to say to Tom Modica. You know, Rex, it's cities that operate without city managers. And this guy right here, he should have been fired a long time ago. Let me paint another picture for y'all. All the stuff that the refuse department was telling each and last one of you guys, all the discrimination, the retaliation towards black employees, you turned your head for 2 years. For 2 years, you done nothing. And I hate coming down here talking to a black man because I'm trying to uplift you. You can die today, and I'm going to still be coming down here fighting for your kids, my kids, your wife, and all of that. So with Tom Modica and city attorney, you the city attorney, right? So how is it that they have an outside party calling personnel to tell them not to promote me? Like, this is the corruption that's going on. You guys want to get rid of civil service so it would not be no oversight to look over y'all? Come on, y'all got to make it make sense. It's so much I can say about Tom. You let him drop the ball multiple times. Imagine this, if it was a mass shooting that happened in a refuse department, we kept knocking at your door, nobody done nothing. And when I told Don Henderson what was going on, it's jokes being made about, John Doe is gonna come and shoot this department up. You know what she told me? We can't do nothing until something actually happened. You get what I'm saying? So if somebody was to get shot and killed because what the supervisors and management was doing, the employees up in there, black employees, I stand for every black person up in here, straight up. That's just me. And I'm going to die behind it. And you need to go home and ask yourself, Tom, how do you go against a person that don't care whether he live or die? And I think the city attorney department should ask themselves that too. I stand on business for my people, and that's how it's going to be, and that's how I come down and I promote it. I just think you need to do better. And I think Rex should have been fired you a long time ago, along with Eric Lopez, because you guys dropped the ball multiple times. So if anybody would have got shot and killed in that department, the blood would have been on your hand. And with certain people in civil service, I think a lot of you guys are cowards, because y'all should have been down here fighting with Caprice. She's the only ones coming down here representing no Measure JB. It's pretty much a lot of corruption. Now I turn my back and I talk to the audience, because I'm done talking with them. I'm a person that stands on business, as I said. I need everybody to vote no on Measure JB. It's corruption. It gives the mayor and the city manager and the council members more power to do what they want. And also, the Ramadan, back in June, police chief, one of my friends was talking to him, had a meeting they're having a cool conversation. When he mentioned Asher Luna, the first thing he do is walk away.
Sir, your time's
Thank you for
concluded.
your time.
But I told my friend,
Next speaker is Julie Dean.
Good evening, Mayor Richardson, Vice Mayor Allen, and council members. My name is Julie Dean. Open Sesame has begun construction on their parklet, but several questions remain unanswered. I understand that Public Works intends to log all complaints in the project's file folder and will review them based on the severity of the violations to determine the appropriate course of action. Will that data be posted online for public review ahead of the annual permit review/renewal process? And when will this all be shared publicly? The dense concentration of parklets within a half-mile stretch of this residential neighborhood is concerning, especially as crime continues to rise on 2nd Street. This area has already experienced a significant increase in crime and disorder, including 3 stabbings and a shooting, 2 of which resulted in fatalities, all within the last 8 months. Incidents of vandalism, drunk driving that has damaged multiple vehicles and trees, and public disturbances such as vomit on sidewalks. The high number of parklets will likely worsen an already deteriorating situation. ABC enforcement is currently facing significant challenges. We had them at our Belmont Shore Residents Association meeting, and they advised that largely due to our city that appears intent on compounding problems in an already crime-ridden area, which is over-concentrated, our city continues to permit more alcohol outlets. This vital matter is community safety, an issue that our city representatives claim to prioritize. It's essential that we address the real concerns of our residents and work towards solutions that genuinely enhance the safety and well-being of our community. Next week, the council will review an application for Panama Joe's, and many neighboring residents are understandably upset about the proposed parklet. Despite their attendance and vocal concerns at the zoning administrator's hearing, their voices went unheard. This business has a history of being a poor neighbor, failing to manage the chaos that often spills out from its bar, leaving the community worried about their safety and well-being. My colleagues and I have been trying to obtain the conditions of use for all of the parklets in Belmont Shore, but we've been unsuccessful. Understanding these conditions is crucial for clarifying the parameters of each parklet. After the zoning meetings, we often struggled to access the final versions of these conditions as well. Additionally, while the zoning administrator has introduced new conditions as parklets continue to be approved on 2nd Street, it seems these updates are not retroactively applied to previously approved parklets, even though they are nearly always relevant. How will the functional closure of the permanent parklets be managed at shutdown time? What is the process going to be, and who's going to enforce these rules? As I said, there are numerous questions that remain unanswered, yet the Open Sesame Parklet is moving forward toward completion. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Muriel.
My name is Muriel Burrell, giving glory and honor to God. As you all know, I am a social equity applicant within the social equity cannabis program that you all had. A little while ago, when we had a city hall meeting, we talked about the protest, and you told everyone that they couldn't talk to us about it because we had to go through the protest period. Now, we went through that period, and now still people who are getting equity dispensaries are not actual equity. On the website, it says that you all are awarding opportunities to people from black and brown communities or those who have been impacted, though people that's on the top 8 list right now have never been impacted and only qualified for social equity through them being on unemployment during COVID. So I would like to address that. Second, I met with Al Austin's office, and during that time, we discussed the 4 non-operational, non-equity dispensaries right now and giving those opportunities to equity. The 32-to-8 ratio is definitely not equitable or equal in any way. And so we said, okay, well, instead of us having to write new ordinances and go through a whole new process, City of Long Beach, though there were women that were on the process. So if we could do that and allocate that, that would be great. Though your office said you're terming out, and so they didn't want to take that on at this time. So if any other, hopefully a woman, could help to lobby for that so that we can have women be dispensary owners within the city, that would be great. Number 2 is, as you all know, I've been asking for help for so long. When the City of Long Beach gave me money to acquire a facility, they had to read the lease first. They wanted a LOI. They helped me so far out into the ocean, only till the point where I got stuck. And now I'm actually going through eviction, so I have that. Not only that, I'm forced to write my own motions and write my own answers because you all will not help me with any lawyers. You won't help me with any funding. And basically, it's a broken cycle because many other equity operators have gone through the same thing. So given that you all have so much funds or so many grant funds that you get from the state, it would be greatly appreciated if you actually help the people that you said that you were going to help. Lastly, I did want to point out, as I said, with the website and you all just modifying the grant term, I understand you all didn't get any money this year from GoBiz, but you all do have a lot of tax dollars from non-equity operators. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ziad.
Good evening, City Council. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Ziad Zuraik. I'm a resident of District 1. I would like to share a disturbing incident that I witnessed on Friday at 1:30 p.m. on the corner of Pine and 3rd Street. On my walk to Chipotle and 7-Eleven, I witnessed the traumatizing sight of a man completely naked sitting in the street and using the foot of a homeless lady to masturbate himself. Excuse me for the perverse language. It's the only way I know how to describe this, because that's what happened. This is not normal, and I'm tired of things like this being normalized. This was 1:30 in the afternoon. It was broad daylight. Women and children were present. I immediately called non-emergency, and coincidentally, a board member of the DTLB Alliance was having lunch, and he phoned Commissioner Hall. We were able to detain the individual and waited 40 minutes for police to come and arrest him. The anger and frustration I felt in this moment was hard to put into words. This is just a representation of the lack of public safety and the lack of urgency to make our wonderful home great again. Someone driving down Pine recorded the incident and sent it to an X account with 1 million followers. This embarrassing video now has 550,000 views. It's such a poor representation of what our city truly is. When is enough enough? We were told in August that Long Beach would clear homeless encampments, and Lincoln Park and Billie Jean King Library are only getting worse. As a 240-pound man, I fear for my safety. I can't imagine what our elderly and female neighbors go through day to day. What is the immediate plan to clean our streets up, and in particular, Billie Jean King Library and Lincoln Park? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Karen Reside.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Karen Reside. I'm the president of the Long Beach Gray Panthers. I have something a little cheerier. I want to share with you that we are doing a program with the Billie Jean King Library, and we do have concerns about the crowds around that. We're doing a monthly memoir writing class with older adults from the downtown community and the Long Beach Senior Center. Our next session is going to be the 26th of October from 10:30 to 12:30, and we are capturing stories from seniors in Long Beach, and the stories are very moving and reflect a variety of cultures and a variety of experiences. We want to invite you to share. We'd like to have a story from each of you that we hope to include in a little booklet. Tales, those of you that are seniors, not all of you qualify just yet. And it is a multi-generational program. We're doing this with our interns from Cal State Long Beach who are sharing their stories too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Paul Vallejo, and then Joseph Edwards.
Good evening. My name is Paul Vallejo. I represent the Wall Las Memorias, an LGBTQ nonprofit organization that offers services to vulnerable populations throughout LA County. I'm also a resident of Long Beach. I'm here today to bring up an important issue. Long Beach is one of the largest cities in LA County and also has one of the highest rates of hate crimes targeting the LGBTQ community. In 2023, there were 37 victims of hate crimes here in Long Beach, one of the highest in the county per the latest available data. And as we know, the real number is probably higher. The truth is that due to the political climate of the past decade, this community is vulnerable to unwarranted attacks from candidates running for office, hoping to divide us and use the LGBTQ community as a scapegoat. The hate our community has had to deal with also has a ripple effect on our physical health, our mental health, our ability to enjoy our city for fear of being targeted, and our freedom to exist. The most vulnerable among us are at the highest of risk: LGBTQ youth that are bullied in school and out of school, transitional age youth that need resources and support as they transition into adulthood, homeless queer folks, who face HIV and medical discrimination when seeking services, as well as transgender and gender nonconforming people of color. It's my hope that the mayor and the city council work to protect the safety and expand services and programs that address the needs of LGBTQ+ individuals all year round, not just during Pride Month. It's my hope that the council is proactive in protecting our right to exist and thrive as residents and citizens of this great city, state, and country. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our final speaker is Joseph Edwards. Is Joseph here? Okay, all right. Well, that concludes public comment. Hey, folks, public comment is the moment where folks can come and say anything they want on the microphone for 3 minutes. We typically don't respond, but we hear everything everyone says, and a lot of it sparks conversation with staff. If there's something that may be new, I encourage you, bring it to public comment, because we listen and we process many of these things. Even though you may not hear a direct response to every single issue that's brought forward, we hear it, we process it, we respond individually. But that is the one part on the agenda where people can come and speak on anything they want to speak on here at the Long Beach City Council. So that is now over. We'll now move to item number 16, please.
Report from City Manager, Financial Management, Health and Human Services. Recommendation to receive and file a presentation providing an update on the implementation of the city's sidewalk vending ordinance citywide.
All right, we'll go to staff for the staff report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So we do plan to make this a fairly long staff report. This is an issue we know affects every single council district. We hear a lot about this from the community, whether those be food vendors themselves, or street vendors, or residents that are concerned about some of the activity. The council has asked for this. We passed our ordinance earlier this year. You asked us to do a lot of education, which we've done. We've started on some of the enforcement, and you asked us to report back to talk about what's working and what's not, and what are some of the concerns and questions. So we're planning to go pretty deep tonight. We've got our team to really go through it and answer your questions and take any feedback. I will now turn it over to Grace Uden, our Deputy City Manager, to introduce the team and get started.
Great. Thank you so much, Tom. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. As Tom mentioned, this presentation is a mid-year update on the sidewalk vending ordinance implementation requested by City Council when the ordinance was adopted this past February. So I'll be going through the presentation, and with me I have Tara Mortensen, Bureau Manager of Business Relations, and Judith Long, Bureau Manager of Environmental Health, who have really been the ones with their teams to be leading the charge on this effort, and I'm very grateful to have them here today as well, and they'll be here to help answer any questions, along with other members of our interdepartmental team who are also here with us today. I'll be reviewing a brief background on the ordinance and then provide updates on the education campaign, Sidewalk to Success program, enforcement status, and next steps. So starting off with the background on the sidewalk vending ordinance. Back in 2018, the state of California passed the Safe Sidewalk Vending Act, or SB 946, which took effect on January 1st, 2019. This bill decriminalized sidewalk vending so that local authorities can only issue administrative rather than criminal citations. It also established parameters for local authorities to regulate sidewalk vending, where regulations must be for health, safety, or welfare reasons. The City Council approved the sidewalk vending ordinance on January 23rd, which went into effect February 26th. This ordinance establishes a clear pathway for compliance with local and state laws for those selling food or merchandise on sidewalks, aiming to encourage entrepreneurship and economic development while safeguarding public health, safety, and welfare. Key components of the sidewalk vending ordinance includes licensing and permitting requirements. A business license and sidewalk vending permit are required for all vendors. Most vendors selling food items will also need a city health permit, dependent on the type of business. And vendors will also need to acquire insurance with a $1 million policy limit. The ordinance also outlines regulations to protect the sidewalk right-of-way for pedestrians and ensure ADA accessibility. Regulations include things like maintaining a minimum of 4 feet of clear sidewalk or pedestrian path and distances that must be kept, such as not operating within 5 feet of a bus or metro stop or within 15 feet of an ADA curb, just as examples. To ensure consumer safety, it's also essential that sidewalk vendors selling food operate in a hygienic manner and adhere to proper food safety guidelines. Vendors are required to comply with the state's health and safety code, which regulates aspects such as sanitation and food safety standards for their carts. Lastly, in terms of enforcement, administrative citations are allowed, as well as enforcement actions for food safety authorized by the state, such as discarding food if it poses a public health risk or safety concern. Now I'd like to provide an update on the education campaign that staff conducted over the course of several months following the adoption of the ordinance. So per City Council's direction, staff initiated an education campaign to engage with vendors and the public on the new ordinance. The focus during this phase was to equip vendors with the resources and knowledge needed to operate legally and reduce barriers to compliance. By offering this adjustment period, we aim to build trust and minimize confusion before transitioning to a formal enforcement action period. I do want to note that the enforcement of the state health and safety code regulations, which were already in place prior to the sidewalk vending ordinance, has continued throughout this period to protect the health of the community. As part of the education campaign, staff put together a series of town halls every Thursday from April 18th to May 16th with 2 sessions each day, along with other educational town halls, such as the recent Compact Mobile Food Operation Information Session held on October 3rd in celebration of National Food Safety Education Month. In total, we've had 11 in-person city-hosted education sessions with over 105 non-staff people in attendance. Staff also held 6 virtual education sessions that has had over 100 non-staff attendees. Staff have also participated in 6 educational sessions hosted by other organizations with 125 attendees. We've also held 6 roundtable discussions with various stakeholder groups, including vendors, business associations, really to help address concerns, hear feedback, and provide clarifications on questions. During this time, staff also went out to the field to engage with vendors directly where they work. There were 92 vendor engagement occurrences through this effort. And lastly, staff has been able to be available in person, on the phone, and via email to discuss with vendors any questions that they might have and provide information and support. We have documented 833 occurrences of this type of engagement. And this is a map that shows all of the places out in the field where staff engaged with vendors during this education campaign period. To ensure that vendors and stakeholders could fully understand the ordinance and its implications, staff also developed and distributed comprehensive educational materials during this period. We have video presentations from the town halls and webinars that are made available not only in English, but also with voiceovers in multiple languages, expanding access to our diverse communities. A sidewalk vending operations guide was developed to provide details on the ordinance regulation. Health Department has a variety of education resources on the various health and state code requirements. An FAQ document was created to answer questions that we were frequently hearing about the ordinance and its implementation. And then we also created a separate FAQ document specifically focused on enforcement, as that was another area we were receiving many questions. And we've leveraged the Language Access Program to offer these materials in multiple language and work to have staff on hand who were available to answer questions in different languages as well. We also created a new website landing page to serve as the one-stop shop for information on how to become a sidewalk vendor. It starts off with a page that highlights the 5 steps to successfully start and operate your sidewalk vending business, which then branches off to various links and other resources, including all of the permit applications. We also partnered with the Public Information Office teams within the Health Department and the City Manager's Office to utilize social media platforms and spread the word about our information sessions and other sidewalk vending resources. As of the end of September, we've shared over 47 posts generated over 77,000 impressions. And while sidewalk vending hasn't exactly reached 77 trillion impressions, which is a typo on the slide right there, we are pleased with the substantial reach, resulting in over 1,327 engagements across all of our posts. We've also had the opportunity to engage with media during this time. As a city, we've issued 5 official press releases. We've also had over 74 mentions in newsprints and digital media, mentions in over 100 broadcast news segments reaching millions of viewers, and have responded to over 25 media inquiries. So, after all of that, what have we observed, learned, and heard over these few months throughout all of these engagements? On this slide, we've highlighted some of the feedback from the vendor community. While this is not exhaustive, it provides an overview of what we have heard from vendors about the key challenges they face when it comes to compliance. So one of the most common issues we've observed is that vendors are often unfamiliar with the insurance requirement, which tends to cause delay in the application process. Many vendors will submit a business license application, but the insurance documentation is either incomplete or missing. So in response, our business license staff reach out to these vendors to help clarify the requirements, and our risk management team also offers additional guidance and support. We've also referred vendors to our business navigators who provide more tailored assistance. To further support vendors, the Sidewalk to Success program currently offers reimbursements for the cost of insurance coverage, helping to alleviate the cost of this requirement. Vendors have also expressed that the health permit requirements, especially those related to cart specifications, are complex and cumbersome. The parameters for the carts are dictated by the state, and while the city does not have the option to change these requirements, staff continue to provide education and hands-on support to help vendors navigate the process. Additionally, the city has introduced a free cart program offering 4 different types of carts for free to eligible vendors in hopes to further ease the path to compliance, which I'll talk more later in the presentation. We've heard from vendors that there's also confusion around the different types of health permits, specifically between temporary permits for community events and the annual health permits. Some vendors have previously received temporary food permits for events, so it can be confusing when the same setup is not approved for an annual compact mobile food operation health permit as required by the state. And the difference lies in the nature of these permits. Temporary food facilities, due to their short-term duration and connection to a specific event, with the community event sponsor assuming liability, have different requirements compared to the ongoing annual permits. So to address this confusion, staff have held multiple roundtable discussions with vendors and the community. We've also developed new educational materials to support our continued efforts in educating vendors, which I'll discuss later in the presentation. Food vendors have also raised concern about the state requirement to report to a commissary daily for food preparation, cleaning, and storage. Staff are working to provide better information on options available under recent updates to the law in 2023. These updates offer more flexibility, allowing permanent food facilities such as restaurants, bars, community centers, or churches to serve as commissaries. Shared kitchens are also an option. And additionally, the health department is exploring the feasibility of adopting micro-enterprise home kitchen operations in Long Beach, which could serve also as approved commissaries. Transportation and storage of carts and health-approved locations has been another challenge expressed by vendors. And we are working to improve education in this area, as recent updates to the law in 2023 now allow carts to be stored at home if the storage conditions meet health department approval. We've also heard concerns about enforcement occurring for vendors before they have the opportunity or ability to get into compliance. We have shared with vendors that education first is the current policy approach, and that opportunities to come into compliance will be the first step of any enforcement action. And lastly, some vendors have raised concern about their safety. In response, the police department has issued safety guidelines specifically for sidewalk vendors, which are now being distributed as part of our educational materials. And additionally, we are working with our business navigators to start supporting vendors in transitioning away from cash-based transactions. So that is the feedback from the vendors. But also over the past several months, we've received significant feedback from brick and mortar businesses, property owners, and business associations. And this slide highlights some of their key concerns. First, many businesses are concerned about the location where sidewalk vendors are set up, especially when they are stationed directly in front of their storefronts. However, under SB 946, cities are prohibited from restricting sidewalk vending unless there is a clear health or safety issue. Economic competition, while a concern for businesses, does not meet the criteria for restrictions under this state law. Businesses have also expressed frustrations with what they perceive as slow and limited enforcement of the ordinance. They are particularly concerned about the lack of parity in enforcement compared to brick and mortar restaurants, who must meet various requirements to stay compliant. And we'll cover more about enforcement efforts more thoroughly in a later section of this presentation. And lastly, some brick and mortar businesses have shared their concern about the financial burden of staying permitted and compliant, especially in comparison to what they perceive as the support offered to sidewalk vendors. The city's Sidewalk to Success program has set aside $722,000 in the Long Beach Recovery Act funds to support sidewalk vendors. It's important to note that this is part of a larger effort where over $19 million has been allocated to support all types of businesses, including over $3.5 million in direct grants to local restaurants. So as we move forward, while the initial concentrated phase of the education campaign has been completed, we remain committed to providing ongoing education and support for vendors who are interested in coming into compliance. We want to take everything that we've learned so far and build on that foundation as we move forward. So based on what we've learned, and as part of our continued education efforts moving forward, one of the key points that we want to emphasize and share with you all here today is that the health permit requirements for food vendors are set by the state health and safety code. These requirements, which include specifications for carts, commissaries, and compact mobile food operation guidelines, guide our sidewalk vending ordinance and program implementations. These are not regulations that the City Council or staff can modify through our policy decisions. Another important clarification we'd like to emphasize more moving forward is that sidewalk food vendors are required to operate within what is called a compact mobile food operation, or a CMFO. CMFOs are distinct from other vending setups in that they allow only limited food preparation to ensure food safety, as sidewalk vending lacks the facilities like plumbing, refrigeration, or protective structures such as walls and ceilings. This requirement is defined by state law, which outlines what qualifies as limited prep. For instance, vendors can slice and chop non-potentially hazardous foods that have been washed at an approved facility, or reheat food that has been previously prepared at an approved facility. However, they cannot cook or thaw potentially hazardous foods for later use. Again, these are components of state law. Some of the vending operations seen in the community, which we've informally called pop-up restaurants, would not qualify for the required CMFO health permit due to their expansive setup and more involved food preparation. Many taco stands fall into this category. To comply with state law and receive a health permit, these larger operations would need to be willing to adjust their business model, setup, and structure. These setups might be approved as a temporary food facility tied to a community event at a single location with an event sponsor taking on the liability, but otherwise, according to state law, would not be eligible for the ongoing CMFO health permit required for sidewalk vending. So those are two important clarifications we want to emphasize more as we continue our education efforts. Additionally, as we move forward, we are committed to providing new and improved resources to ensure that vendors are fully informed and equipped to operate within the legal framework. One of the key resources we are excited to present is our new compact mobile food vending informational booklet. You all should have received hard copies of this, and it is also available online for easy access. This booklet features visuals and simplified descriptions designed to help vendors navigate the complexities of CMFO requirements. And this booklet is also available in Spanish. We are also in the final stages of completing our new sidewalk vending ordinance informational booklet. Given the numerous location and distancing requirements outlined in the ordinance, our team has been diligently working on creating visual diagrams to enhance understanding and facilitate compliance. We anticipate that this booklet will be finalized soon and will be included in our educational materials moving forward. We have also begun developing an interactive map that, once completed, will allow vendors to easily identify the areas within the city where they are permitted to vend. And as previously mentioned, the police department has created an educational flyer offering guidance and tips on vendor safety, which is now included in our resource materials for vendor distribution. Additionally, our business navigators will continue to assist vendors with various aspects of business readiness and compliance, including application support and other business-related inquiries. So in conclusion, the city remains committed to prioritizing education, learning, and improving our communication efforts, and providing hands-on support as much as possible to vendors who are looking to come into compliance. Now I'd like to provide an update on our Sidewalk to Success program. When the ordinance was approved, City Council also approved the development of a support program that would help to ease the financial burden for vendors in the first year of the ordinance in efforts to reduce the barriers to compliance. And this program has been launched in 2 phases. The first phase provided for the ability for staff to cover the cost of required business license and health permit fees and to provide reimbursements for insurance costs in the first year. And this has been available since the ordinance has gone into effect in late February. The second phase was launched at the end of August with the free food cart program that will provide free carts to vendors who meet the eligibility requirements. The funding for this program, as I mentioned, is coming from the Long Beach Recovery Act. The initial funding of about $250,000 was allocated to support waivers for fees and the purchase of health-approved carts. Then an additional funding of $475,000 was added to the cart program later in the process, and in total we have about $722,000 allocated to the Sidewalk to Success program through the Long Beach Recovery Act. This funding and program are part of the larger effort the city has engaged in over the past few years to support businesses and economic recovery. Financial support for sidewalk vendors is only a small part of the city's overall support for businesses. We've had $6.2 million in CARES Act funding that have supported 719 businesses, including funding to business improvement districts to strengthen small businesses and attract customers, outdoor dining grants, and business support. And over $19.4 million of LBRA Long Beach Recovery Act funds have been allocated to economic recovery programming, including approximately $12 million in direct business grants, $450,000 for customer activations programs such as Shop LB, $600,000 for inclusive business support, an additional $1.2 million to support business improvement districts. This slide provides an overview of the permitting status and how vendors have been utilizing the city's support systems. Since the ordinance took effect in late February, we've received 164 business license applications, 46 who are wanting to be merchant vendors, and 118 for food vendors. As of yesterday, we have one more vendor that has been approved than what is showing on this slide. So now we have 18 business licenses that have been fully approved, 16 for merchandise vendors, and 2 for food vendors that were exempt from needing a health permit. The business license fees have been waived for all approved vendors, and 7 vendors now have had their insurance costs reimbursed, with the others in the process of reimbursement based on their insurance payment schedules and the submission of reimbursement forms. We've received 10 applications for health permits. This is separate from the CART program, but no health permits have been approved yet. So one important note or observation is the gap between the number of applications received and the number of permits approved. This is due in part to many applications being incomplete or missing required components. When this happens, staff actively reach out to communicate with applicants multiple times to explain what is missing and provide guidance on the next steps. Additionally, we connect vendors to the Business Navigator support where applicable. Some vendors are responsive to this and take the necessary actions, but many do not respond despite multiple follow-ups. Additionally, some vendors have expressed that they are waiting for the free cart program before pursuing their health permits, which are required for final approval of the business license for food vendors. Our goal is to support vendors through the process, and staff will continue to reach out to help vendors come into compliance. We acknowledge that we are still in the early stages of implementation, where education, awareness, and achieving full compliance is an ongoing process that will take some time. The Sidewalk to Success program also provides support through our BizCare program and our Inclusive Business Navigators program. And as you can see on the slide, I have some information here that our BizCare hotline has received 71 calls providing various guidance to vendors. And our Inclusive Business Navigator program, in partnership with community-based organizations, have supported 85 businesses, offering assistance with assurance, the permitting process, and conducting workshops to educate and train vendors. So while the permitting process may take time due to the learning curve with regulatory requirements and the operational adjustments vendors need to make, staff is committed to guiding them towards success. And we will continue to explore ways to support vendors coming into compliance. And I do want to say at the same time, we encourage vendors to actively engage in the process by providing the necessary documentation and responding to outreach. While we can offer guidance and resources, their participation and willingness to adapt will be essential for moving forward. Phase 2 of the Sidewalk to Success program, launched on August 24th, focuses on the free food cart program. Through this program, the city provides eligible food vendors with pre-approved carts at no cost. This initiative was developed following extensive research by the health department, which identified that one of the biggest challenges for vendors in obtaining a health permit is acquiring carts that meet the state requirements. By partnering with manufacturers who offer carts that already meet these specifications, the program eliminates the time-consuming step of plan checks and cart approval development. So the program offers pre-approved carts for the following types of food: fruit with coolers, grilled foods, no raw meat, tamales, and ice cream. And one thing we wanted to clarify is that the limitation to these 4 types of cart applies only to the free cart program. Vendors who wish to use a different type of cart can still apply for permits. These 4 cart types were selected based on the availability of manufacturers who had already completed the approval process at the time of program development. And so to qualify for a free cart, applicants must meet the following criteria: reside in Long Beach and operate the cart within the city, qualify as a micro business, operate only 1 cart, and then complete a business license and a CMFO health permit application. And to further support economic development in low and moderate income areas, the first 3 months of the program will prioritize applicants living in areas that receive CDBG funding. Vendors from other areas are still encouraged to apply, and their application will be processed when the program opens to all applicants. And this free cart program operates on a first-come, first-served basis and will continue while funding is available. So we have established a dedicated page on the city's sidewalk vending website to provide vendors with all the necessary information for applying for the free cart program. The application process for a free cart consists of 3 parts, and we've made it user-friendly by organizing it under the header, "Applying for a free cart is easy as A, B, and C." So Part A is a business license form and readiness checklist, B is the plan submittal checklist and menu form, and C is the final approval checklist. Each part builds on the previous, with staff conducting checks along the way to ensure business readiness and offer support in meeting the requirements. Once a vendor successfully completes Part A and B, the city will place an order for their carts based on the pre-approved plans from the manufacturer. When the cart arrives, the vendor will then move on to Part C, which includes final requirements, many of which make sense to complete only after the vendor has the cart, such as securing agreements with a commissary. Completion of Part C marks the final approval of the business license and health permit requirements, officially allowing the vendors to receive their cart. So health department staff are available to provide step-by-step support in multiple language and meet with vendors in person, virtually, by phone, or email to assist with the process, as well as the business license team and business navigators team that are available for support. So as of October 4th, we have received 22 applications, 8 that are currently in Part A, 9 that are in Part B, 4 that are outside the CDBG area and will be processed when the program opens up to the entire city, and 1 that did not meet the applications. And actually, we've had few more applications that have come in since then, and staff have said that we are very, very close to reaching the stage where we can order the carts for a handful of the applicants. As we go to the next phase of permitting, our goal is to help vendors come into compliance and take advantage of all of the things that the city is offering through the Sidewalk to Success program. So we will be actively disseminating new educational materials that we've developed, and our staff will continue to meet with vendors and stakeholders to educate and promote compliance. To further support this effort, the health department staff will also be establishing regular office hours once a week where anyone can walk in to ask questions, navigate parts of their applications, review standard operating procedures, and more. And virtual meetings for these office hours can also be arranged to ensure accessibility. So we are dedicated to providing guidance and support, and we also want to encourage vendors to actively engage in this process. All right, moving to enforcement. I'd like to shift our focus to another important aspect of the sidewalk vending program, our enforcement efforts. Ensuring compliance is critical to the success of the ordinance implementation and the overall health of our community. So we do have a lot of information here in the upcoming slides that the team would like to present, but I did want to preface this section by saying that while we will provide broad information, we will be staying away from going into detailed and concrete descriptions of the enforcement team, the makeup of those teams, the number of those teams, the exact timing of our enforcement efforts, in order to protect the safety of staff and not inadvertently compromise operational security. The enforcement for sidewalk vending are led by 2 key departments, the health department and the financial management department's business license division. The business license division is responsible for enforcing the sidewalk vending ordinance, while the health department oversees compliance with the California State Health and Safety Code. Other departments provide essential support, as you can see listed here on this slide. The health department has long enforced the state health and safety code, focusing on food safety and protecting public health. However, enforcement of the new sidewalk vending ordinance specifically began at the end of July. This followed the City Council's direction to lead with an education campaign on the ordinance before initiating enforcement actions. So where are we at right now? As an organization, we are still in the early stages of our sidewalk vending enforcement operations, much like a startup business where many processes are still being developed. With just over 2 months into enforcing the ordinance, a new role for business license, we are currently focused on ramping up our efforts. I'll provide more detail on our enforcement efforts shortly, but at a high level, we are operating with a complaint-based model. Staff reviews complaints, schedules visits to vendors, and leads with an education-first approach to give vendors the opportunity to resolve issues. Warnings and notices of violations are issued before taking further enforcement actions. This phased approach is designed to lay the groundwork for more elevated enforcement steps. I do also want to acknowledge the frustration we've heard from those submitting complaints. Many are not seeing the immediate change they expect, as vendors they are submitting complaints about often continue operating. An analogy for this phase is like starting to ride a bike. When you first start pedaling, it takes a lot of effort to get moving. Early on, it feels like you're putting in a lot of energy without seeing immediate results. But with each pedal, momentum builds and you start moving steadily. So right now, we're in that early phase of enforcement, pushing down on that pedal, but not yet at full momentum. While actions are being taken, the impact is not immediately visible because of the time it takes to build up a case for more elevated enforcement. It's also important to acknowledge that we face real and significant hurdles, particularly because of our enforcement tools that have been limited by existing regulations and other complexities and capacity challenges. These constraints make it more difficult to take swift action. But despite these hurdles, we are actively working towards navigating these obstacles the best we can and working to build momentum in line with the direction set by City Council to ultimately help our sidewalk vendors come into compliance while protecting the health and safety of our community. SB 946, the Safe Sidewalk Vending Act, has provided a definition for what a sidewalk vendor is. By state law, a sidewalk vendor is defined as a person who sells food or merchandise from a pushcart, stand, display, pedal-driven cart, wagon, showcase, rack, or other non-motorized conveyance, or from one's person upon a public sidewalk or other pedestrian path. Per this law, anyone who meets this definition cannot be criminalized. While enforcement of the sidewalk vending ordinance and the state health and safety code remains permissible, it is limited strictly to administrative remedies. This means that a sidewalk vendor cannot receive citations from the police department or misdemeanor citations from the business license division. Furthermore, city prosecutors are now limited in terms of the actions that they can take on cases referred to them by the health department. Over the past few months, we've received numerous questions regarding sidewalk vending enforcement. Specifically, what is allowable, what is not, and how do we handle various situations? So in the next few slides, I'd like to provide an overview of our enforcement strategy framework to help clarify some of the nuances and complexities and provide a reference point when discussing this topic. So this slide in front of you right now presents the key components of that framework. And while it is a simplification, it serves to structure the various topics and questions that arise in enforcement discussions. In this framework, we have categorized vendors selling food or merchandise into 3 baskets. The first basket, this includes vendors who are not violating any other law apart from the sidewalk vending regulations and therefore protected by SB 946 from criminalization. The second basket, this group consists of vendors selling food or merchandise, but maybe not on a sidewalk. Perhaps they're operating on a median or spilling into the street. We are currently in discussions with the city prosecutor and city attorney's office regarding this category, as these vendors may not be protected by SB 946, as the law specifically defines sidewalk vendors as operating on a public sidewalk or other pedestrian path. And then the third basket, this encompasses vendors who may be on the sidewalk or in another location, but are violating other laws and potentially posing a risk to public safety. While these individuals may be classified as sidewalk vendors, those who violate non-ordinance and health code laws are not protected from criminal enforcement. Additionally, there is the concept of different levels of enforcement actions within our strategy. We begin with normal enforcement actions, and if those measures are exhausted, we can escalate to elevated enforcement actions. So starting with the first basket, vendors selling on the sidewalk and protected from criminalization. Let's discuss the city's approach to enforcement in this category. As illustrated on this slide, there are normal enforcement actions available through the health department and business license. Both departments prioritize education during enforcement operations, providing resources and materials to help vendors understand how to come into compliance. The health department can issue cease and desist orders, followed by notice of violation, and then require mandatory office hearings. These in-house hearings allow for discussions between the health department staff and vendors about their case and outline next steps if they remain out of compliance. While the health department previously had the option to refer cases to city prosecutor if businesses ignored these efforts, that option is limited now for this basket of vendors. Additionally, for smaller operations, the health department can discard food if it is deemed safe for staff to do so. For business license, after initial education, notice of violations are issued, and after multiple notices, they can start to issue various administrative citations. So I do want to point out this is what's happening right now, and these normal enforcement actions do tend to be less visible to the community. For those submitting complaints, it may seem as though no action is being taken. However, this process is important for building a case that could be beneficial in court if challenged and aligns with the City Council's directive to support vendors while reducing barriers to compliance. So now let's transition to the elevated enforcement action. In this category, this basket, no police citations can be issued, no business license misdemeanor citations, or limited city prosecutor referrals can occur. However, the health department does have the authority under the state law to discard food and impound equipment if there are health and safety risks associated with the food. When the food is discarded and equipment impounded, we utilize an interdepartmental team approach called the Complaint Response Team. This interdepartmental team is responsible for ensuring the safety of employees and providing the necessary resources for impoundment. Currently, CRTs are not active as the model is undergoing a meet and confer process, which I will elaborate later on in this presentation. Now let's turn to the second basket, vendors who are selling locations other than a sidewalk. Our enforcement framework for these vendors generally mirror that of the first basket, with the key distinction being the legal protections. So we are currently collaborating with the city attorney and city prosecutor's office to explore potential options for elevated enforcement actions, as these vendors may not be legally protected by SB 946. This would allow for a broader range of enforcement measures, but there is still some ambiguity in this area, so that we will need to navigate this carefully. Additionally, one specific avenue we are discussing with the city attorney's office is potentially pursuing enforcement actions for particularly challenging cases where it's evident that a vendor has no intention into coming into compliance through nuisance civil enforcement through the court system. We've listed that path here under basket 2, but this is something that potentially could be applicable to all the vendor basket categories. If we have substantial evidence and documentation supporting the vendor's non-compliance and other concerns, we may be able to explore the possibility of civil enforcement through the court system, filing a civil action for continued nuisance behavior. So we will actively explore this option for vendors that present the most concern, risk, and challenges in close consultation with the city's attorney's office. And it is important to note that this process will take time, as building a strong case and navigating the legal landscape requires careful consideration and thorough documentation. Finally, let's discuss the third basket, which includes vendors engaging in activities that pose a risk to public safety or are violating other laws. If residents call 911 relating to ordinance-related concerns, such as vending without a business license, dispatch will refer those calls to the Business Services Bureau or the Health Department. Complaints can also be submitted through the city's Go Long Beach app or directly contacting the Health or Business Services Bureau. For non-emergency calls that aren't specifically related to the ordinance, residents can call the non-emergency number, and dispatchers will respond to those calls based on existing processes for violations, such as selling alcohol without a permit, creating a traffic hazard, or trespassing on private property. The response priority will depend on the specific details of the situation. Typically, a police response may include educating the vendor and requesting that they move along. Citations may be issued if the criteria for a violation or element of a crime is met. However, for most situations requiring like a physical removal of a vendor or elevated enforcement actions, if there isn't an immediate safety concern, it is often more likely and more recommended to address these cases through the interdepartmental complaint response team rather than solely through the police department. There may be instances where a vendor is violating both the sidewalk vending ordinance and other laws, but not posing immediate threat of death or injury. And in these cases, our approach is to engage the interdepartmental team, as described in the frameworks for basket 1 and 2, to ensure a coordinated response that align with City Council policy direction. So I already went over a lot of the things on this slide, so I'll keep on going, but this slide provides additional detail on the normal enforcement action level that I previously outlined. And I did want to say, that said, the police department can take action if there is significant life and safety concerns with imminent threat of death or injury. It is important to clarify that while we have emphasized that sidewalk vendors are protected from criminalization, they are not immune to consequence and police response if they violate other laws or commit a crime. So again, if there is a significant risk to public safety, the police department will take appropriate action following their established processes and protocols. So elevated actions. in terms of one of our options for elevated enforcement actions, I want to share a little bit more about our complaint response team, or CRT operations. The CRT is an interdepartmental team that coordinates elevated enforcement actions, including discarding food and impounding equipment, particularly for larger food operations. This model was developed because larger operations with extensive equipment, diverse menus, and large crowds pose safety hazards during enforcement activities for both the public and city employees. From February to September 2023, CRT was deployed 47 times to discard food and 17 times to discard food and 17 times to impound equipment. However, the last operation was in late September of 2023, where staff encountered significant challenges, including verbal harassments, agitations from a drunk individual, and threats made to an inspector by a customer. This was a common occurrence that had been occurring not just on this date, and as a result, CRT operations were temporarily suspended to address staff safety concerns. Since then, staff have been collaborating across the departments and with the city's safety office to define roles and develop standard operating procedures for the interdepartmental CRT protocol. Additionally, the departments have discussed and developed training programs to better prepare staff for conducting these elevated enforcement activities. In April, the IAM requested that the city postpone CRT operations until further discussion on staff safety could take place. Currently, staff are engaged in meet and confer sessions to work towards a resolution. Once this is achieved, staff will receive training on the standard operating procedures, allowing us to resume and schedule CRT operations as part of our elevated enforcement actions in select cases. In the next few slides, we've compiled some enforcement data. This particular slide outlines the complaints we've received since the ordinance went into effect late February. Complaints can be submitted through the Go Long Beach app or again by emailing and calling business license or health department. Since late February, business license has logged 266 complaints and health has logged 275 complaints. Please note that a single complainant can submit multiple complaints so that these numbers do not necessarily reflect different individuals. Currently, each department tracks these complaints separately, but we are working on a process to be able to collect them together and provide a total citywide number. Also, these complaints have identified 93 distinct locations for business license and 194 distinct locations for health. And as for the nature of these complaints, not all complaints specify a particular issue. Some are just simply location-based, but common concerns mentioned in complaints include ADA compliance, blocked pedestrian right-of-way, taco vendors, noise-related disturbances, and food safety issues. And this map is a high-level snapshot that marks the areas where we have received complaints about. In terms of enforcement actions, this slide shows the data since the ordinance went into effect. Health has issued 53 cease and desists and notice of violations, and they have held 2 office hearings. Business license has issued 24 notice of violations as of October 4th when we put this presentation together, but as of today have issued 29 notices of violations. And it is anticipated that the first administrative citations for those vendors where enough of a case has been built will start to be issued in November, so a couple weeks. As noted before, we are in the early stages of enforcement implementation, and these current actions fall under the category of normal enforcement. We have not yet begun the elevated enforcement actions which we discussed earlier in relation to CRT or other potential elevated measures, but we are on our path towards that elevated enforcement level. Here's a high-level snapshot of a map that marks the locations where staff have conducted various enforcement visits. All right, so before wrapping up this section on enforcement, I want to highlight some key challenges impacting our ability to enforce the ordinance effectively. These include staffing capacities and the complexities of the legal and policy landscape. This context is important to discuss as we discuss future approaches and any policy adjustments. Currently, both the health and business license team operate under a complaint-based enforcement model. This is not a dispatch model where staff can respond immediately to every complaint. Instead, staff review all complaints that come in and prioritize enforcement visits based on urgency, staffing capacity, and scheduling. In our business license operations, in FY25, we have 5 budgeted license inspectors, including the 1 new position added in FY25. However, there are currently 3 vacancies, and the department hopes to have these positions filled and staff starting to onboard and get trained by this winter. These positions are responsible for the sidewalk vending enforcement operations we've been discussing, but they also do other enforcement operations, including complaints of illegal business activity, delinquent business license tax collection, and special event and entertainment permit code compliance. Enforcement activities are conducted with the support of the Long Beach Police to ensure staff safety, and business inspectors generally work 8 to 10 hour days, some on a 4-10 schedule, and will work weekends, special events, and evening on an overtime model. Specifically for sidewalk vending enforcement activities, shifts for sidewalk vending operations are typically scheduled every other week, both during the week and weekends with the police department, and more frequently as scheduling and capacity allows. The health department has 11 budgeted inspectors, including the 2 new positions added in FY25, but currently have 6 vacancies. The department is working with civil service with plans to present the job bulletin to the commission for approval in November. And I do want to note that these positions must be certified by the state as registered environmental health specialists, so that does add time and complexity to the recruitment. These inspector positions are responsible for regular inspections of more than 2,600 food facilities. In addition, they conduct inspections on foodborne illnesses, outbreaks, complaint investigation, health sanitation visits, unpermitted food complaints, and special events. Their hours are generally 8 to 10 hour days, some on a 4-10 schedule, and they utilize an overtime model for weekends and special events. Evening enforcement activities will start to be scheduled on an overtime model once CRT operations are reinitiated. Lastly, in terms of evening and after-hour enforcement, residents can submit complaints about non-compliant vendors at any time. As enforcement of the ordinance is complaint-based, business license and health department will respond according to their standard processes and available capacity. Enforcement efforts will be scheduled at times that align with available resources to ensure the most efficient use of staff and utilize an overtime model where applicable and necessary. Additionally, staff will continue to collaborate across departments to address the most challenging cases, applying elevated enforcement actions when available as outlined in previous slides. Another challenge affecting our ability to enforce effectively is the limitations of the enforcement tools themselves. As mentioned earlier, enforcement is restricted to administrative measures only. The option to pursue misdemeanor citations or other non-administrative actions is now no longer available if someone is just strictly sidewalk vending. Once the CRT operations are reactivated, we can assess whether impoundment proves to be an effective enforcement tool. Additionally, we will continue to explore alternative enforcement options in collaboration with the city attorney and city prosecutor's office. Do want to note that navigating this legal landscape requires caution and prudence, as there is limited court precedent regarding these legislative changes around sidewalk vending. In discussions with other agencies, it does seem that most entities are adopting a more cautious approach as well. For example, this past summer, the city of LA settled a lawsuit brought by street vendors who argued that the city's restrictions on certain no vending zones violated new state law. As part of the settlement, LA agreed to lift the restrictions, cancel all citations issued to vendors, and refund fines that had to be paid. This case highlights the potential for enforcement actions and policy restrictions to be legally challenged if they are deemed non-compliant with state legislation. Lastly, the complexities surrounding sidewalk vending enforcement add to the challenges of enforcement. One of the complexities we've recently flagged with our interdepartmental team is that the individuals inspectors interact with may not be the actual business owners, but instead either temporary employees and/or people who are potentially victims of labor trafficking. So this is something that we need to explore further and develop a best policy approach. In this and other cases, obtaining identification or verifying ownership can be difficult, adding to the challenges we face in enforcement. Additionally, enforcement actions can be easily misunderstood by various stakeholders. adding to confusion or frustration. For instance, a police officer issuing a citation for a non-sidewalk vending related violation to a sidewalk vendor could cause confusion, especially since we've communicated that police involvement in sidewalk vending enforcement is limited to just staff safety. Routine enforcement actions, which build up over time before elevated actions are taken, can be misinterpreted as inaction by the city. And there are gray areas where expectations around the speed, the process, and intensity of enforcement can differ significantly among stakeholders. Currently, city staff are taking a measured approach that begins with education and gradually escalates to a more serious enforcement actions. We're focused on ensuring due process, building solid cases, and aligning with City Council's policy direction. The goal is not just immediate punitive measures, but ensuring that enforcement is thoughtful, coordinated, and sustainable over time. And this approach is grounded in the goal to help sidewalk vendors operate as compliant businesses and as contributing members of our economic landscape while safeguarding the public health and safety and remaining in line with state legislation on enforcement. Additionally, we are looking to implement stronger elevated enforcement actions, particularly towards those vendors who have indicated that they do not intend to comply or have no intention of changing their operating model to become compliant. So that is our current overall approach, and we are looking to hear from City Council tonight on whether this overall approach is in line with your policy direction, or if changes in enforcement intensity or strategy is desired, we would need that policy direction and clarity on what actions would be supported with an understanding of the existing limitations in enforcement tools and resources. Moving forward, staff remains committed to continually improving our enforcement efforts, exploring innovative solutions, and we are actively refining our processes, coordinating across departments, and learning from the experience of other cities to find ways that work best for Long Beach. All right, we are now at the final section of the presentation, next steps. As we move forward with the implementation of the ordinance, one area of increased focus will be on enhancing data communication and transparency. Our goal is to keep vendors, businesses, the community, as well as the mayor and city council informed about key data elements related to the Sidewalk to Success program, permitting, and enforcement. To achieve this, staff plans to publish key statistics on the sidewalk vending website on a monthly basis. This initial step is intended just as a temporary measure, as we've recently initiated discussions to revamp and modernize our field inspection and data collecting methodologies. This modernization will enable us to synchronize data across both health and business license departments, providing quicker, real-time access to key data points that have become more increasingly in demand in recent years. Once this revamping is complete, we will work with technology and innovation teams to develop an automated dashboard that will be made publicly available. And I do want to just note that all of these initiatives are being pursued alongside other responsibilities in the departments. And so while our capacity is limited, we are committed to making progress and will continue to do our best to implement these improvements effectively and efficiently. We will also be continuing our education and promotion of compliance moving forward. We will finalize the new education materials that I mentioned earlier and distribute and also work to promote the free cart program. And lastly, unless directed otherwise, we plan to maintain an education-first approach to enforcement while gradually building a case for elevated enforcement actions. We will also partner with our Economic Development Department to explore potential business partnerships and opportunities that can provide a pathway for sidewalk vendors to grow. Last March, City Council directed Economic Development to collaborate with relevant departments and organizations to assess the feasibility of expanding economic opportunities, including sidewalk vending. So you can see some of the things that are being explored here on this slide, and more detail will be provided by Economic Development in their report expected December or early next year. As we conclude, I want to reiterate that this is a young program. We are still in the early stages with less than a year of data and experience to draw upon. We have made significant progress, but we recognize much work lies ahead. The interdepartmental team will continue to meet regularly to coordinate efforts and address all of these challenges. And I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible dedication of the health and business license staff, along with other members of the interdepartmental team. Their hard work and commitment to this complex initiative has been very evident, with countless hours, late nights, early morning devoted to various aspects of this implementation that I've covered. I'm truly grateful for their relentless effort and professionalism. And I also want to extend my thanks to the mayor, city council, and the community. We understand that this topic elicits diverse perspectives, can be frustrating or confusing, and we appreciate the opportunity to present this very long report and your ongoing support and guidance as we move forward. And we're committed to listening, adapting based on the feedback we receive today and in the future. So this concludes the presentation, and we are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Did you get it all? Is it all out? Is that everything? This was the first time in a long time we had an hour-long presentation. But thank you, Grace. Very thorough. We certainly appreciate it. I know this issue is very important to our community. We're going to go straight to public comment because I know a lot of people have been waiting. We have, 13 people signed up to speak. I'll call your name. Please come forward. James Swazo, Angelica Franco, Zainab. I have a nice name, Zainab. Sanai, Abraham Zavala, Zukri Gonzalez, Maya, Mike, Kiana Mafinas, Kat, Ian, Antonio, and Jeffrey. First up is James.
Right. Good. Are we doing 3 minutes? It says 3 minutes up there. Oh, dang. Okay. That's fine.
I think you called yourself out on that one.
All right. I was like, just to be clear. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is James Swazo. I'm a 6th District resident and Executive Director with Long Beach Forward. Since last year, Long Beach Forward has been working with sidewalk vendors to shape an equitable policy that delivers upon the goals for our community, but also justice for vendors across the city. We wholeheartedly support the recommendations that the Vendor Justice Committee had submitted in a letter to you all, and their recommendations are also echoed by our own State Senator Lina Gonzalez as well. Tonight, we ask for your support in reviewing these recommendations and taking a critical look at our progress on implementation. Where many cities in California had year-long implementation timelines, in Long Beach we started enforcement in less than 6 months. The result of that, I think we see in this presentation, where the tough reality, and from our perspective, we have a serious lack of coordinated infrastructure, while at the same time real barriers to economic success. Together, the tough reality is that these conditions have resulted in a slow permitting process, fear and confusion in the community, animus towards vendors trying to make a living, illegal citations from the Long Beach Police Department, and gaps in communication between departments implementing the ordinance. If this is our reality, we implore you to look at the hard numbers, to look at the data, to listen to the experiences of vendors, and take cues and implement these recommendations, but also make sure that we're doing right by our community, by our vendors, to ensure that we're not over-criminalizing folks and giving people the opportunity to succeed in our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Angelica.
Good evening, everyone. This is my first time speaking, so please give
You're
me a little
doing
bit of grace. My name is Angelica Franco. I'm a vendor, a teacher, a community organizer with the Vendors Justice Committee. The one thing that I really want you guys to take away tonight is that currently the way the policy is written and all the quick moving new information that's being released to the public is a clear indication that we need to halt on the idea of what enforcement looks like, right? There are 0 food vendors that have received a health permit. And it's not because they're not health permissible. It's because there's a loophole being created that's forcing us into a cart. The state does not define a CMFO as only a cart. It is a cart option, yes, but there are parameters that says stand, display, rack, so on and so forth, right? It does require for us to have certain types of equipment. Many of the vendors that are stuck in the process, which is over 100 of them, have received health permits dozens of times. Also, serving food from the very members that sit here on the board today. You've eaten with them dozens of times. You've been with them dozens of times. Your health and safety has never been in question while you've been in their hands. I'm advocating for them as families. We live here, we work here, We support the community here very often. It's often us that creates the environment that everyone loves. And if you move forward in the way this ordinance is written, you are erasing the culture of Long Beach at the very, very core of who we are. Food is cultural.
Ma'am, your time is
Period.
concluded. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, next is Zainab.
Good evening, everyone. This is my first time speaking also, so if it doesn't, it's all jumbled up, that's why. My name is Zainab. I live in the 6th District. I am a business owner. I am a entrepreneur. I'm a community organizer, and I'm also a food vendor here in Long Beach and in LA County. And one of the issues that I have is that I do also feel like this is moving too quickly into enforcement. I've been with Angelica. We've been actively working with many of the people over here who prepared the report, and no disrespect to them, they're doing the best they can. But as you saw in our statistics, they're at least 50% understaffed, and we're moving forward with expectations that vendors are supposed to complete without the infrastructure. There's not a support program for us. You're requiring carts that are not required by the state law, as one example. But with that, there's other conveyances that are allowed with the state law that are not being explored at all by the health department, and it's crippling. My business cannot shrink to fit on a cart, but I serve really good food, and I'm very safe. I'm Serve Safe certified, and I've never failed a health inspection. So I'm just saying you're eliminating a lot of people by not allowing us to explore other opportunities to have our food for sale in Long Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sinai.
Sonny Kinfay, 6th District resident. Just speaking with regards to the presentation, it's the first time I've ever heard any reference to the cartel's relationship with any vendor, so appreciate that. But I'm speaking in support of small businesses. I think that the pipelining we saw with COVID, a lot of people didn't have access to capital, and there's kind of this energy between animosity between people who have businesses that are storefronts and people who have businesses that are outside, and I think that that's kind of unfortunate because with respect to the community as a whole, businesses can be often found at multiple stages in the community. It's just a matter of how we come together to engage with them. As far as my day job with the A. Parker Foundation, I work within respect to the inclusive business as one of the inclusive business navigators, and we engage with all types of businesses at various points of their career, and we want to support all trajectories of small businesses in the city of Long Beach. This is how we pay for residents to live here. This is how we pay for a lot of the services that are vital to maintaining the quality of life that we have. And I think that the complaint-based approach, much like the airports, it can be overinflated, I think, respectfully, to fit this, 40,000+ complaints isn't necessarily conducive of 40,000 people doing a complaint. So I feel like until we have appropriate vacancies filled, that we need to be a little bit mindful with the gray area of the enforcement that was displayed today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Abraham Zavala. I'm with Western Center on Law and Poverty. We co-sponsored SB 972 and SB 946. And we recently had a settlement in LA regarding the no vending zones in Los Angeles. And I just want to say I'm humbled by the expertise of folks here in this room, vendors who are organized, vendors who are building community power, building out relationships with brick and mortar as well. There are brick and mortar supporters as well. And I find it very humbling. I just want to say that you have a really good resource, and I hope you continue to tap into that. And with that said, the cities that I've come across, because a lot of the work we do is to go across the state and touch base with street vendors and other municipalities, cities that get it right are the ones that listen to the experts, the street vendors, sidewalk vendors who take on these policies, right, and give it a human value to it, right, beyond the policy and how it impacts them. And really would ask that you guys continue to have that effort of speaking to community, taking back feedback, encouraging the health department to meet more frequently with vendors, and the definition of street vending or sidewalk vending. Consider what vendors are saying. I find it a very unique
situation in Junipero Beach with the marketplace, with vendors being set up there. The pop-up vendor identity, I think it's very crucial. It's very Long Beach. There was a merchandise vendor with Long Beach gear there not too long ago that I met, and just, the story that they had, right? They're a brick and mortar also doing sidewalk vending to get outreach to clients as well. So I would ask throughout the meeting to take into consideration the input that vendors are giving. Alrighty.
Thank you so much. All right, next we have Zukri.
Sucre, yeah. Good evening, everybody. My name is Sucre Gonzalez. I'm a street vendor here in the city of Long Beach, and I live in District 1. So I started the process for street vending, and I've been doing everything I can, everything they've been asking me, city license, health department, but I'm stuck in the process. So I can't continue the process because I cannot be able to buy a $25,000 card. And I tried to be able to get the free cards that you guys are giving, like the 40 cards, but because my concept that I'm running doesn't apply for the free cards, because you guys are only able to give the cards for fruit people, tamale people, burrito people, and I think ice cream. So I've been punished now because the type of concept I'm running. So here I am, stuck in the process. I can't do anything else. So, and then the citations are coming, so I'm scared for you guys to are gonna come and take our stops away. And even though I'm doing the best I can, but I can't continue the process because I don't have the money to buy a $25,000 card. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Maya, and then Mike.
Good evening. My name is Maya. I'm a resident of District 2, and I'm here to uplift the Vendor Justice Committee's demands regarding the sidewalk vending ordinance. As you'll see in the letter that was presented to you, they are to allow provisional permits, make standardized carts optional, make insurance optional, approve Miko kitchens, create a moratorium on citations, and end unlawful harassment. I want to focus on this last demand today. As mentioned in the city manager's presentation, SB 946 does state that community animus or economic competition does not constitute a health and safety concern for purposes of legislating sidewalk vendors. But in the city's Go Long Beach app, residents can report issues around the city, including stray animals and trash or other dumped items. Shockingly, sidewalk vendors were recently added as a reportable category. The city's choice to lump sidewalk vendors in with literal trash and stray animals lays bare its motivations and suggests that the city is taking action against street vendors based on community animus. In fact, it appears the city is actually creating animus and harassing vendors through this choice. It's also notable that brick and mortar businesses cannot be reported in the app for their violations. This raises a serious question of whether the city is acting against sidewalk vendors to protect the economic interests of brick and mortar businesses. I really encourage the city attorney to review the law and advise the city of its limitations. Council, work with vendors. They are not your enemies, they are our neighbors. And course correct ASAP, including by removing this reporting mechanism from the Long Beach app. Don't let the animus of a few guide your actions. Not only is it illegal, but it doesn't make sense to do so when the vast majority of residents in the city love our sidewalk vendors and thank them for keeping our bodies nourished and our public spaces safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mike, then Kiana. No mic, Kiana.
Hello, good evening, Council. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor. My name is Kiana Moffness. I am a resident of District 5. I'm the proprietor of Long Beach Black Restaurant Week, the organizer of the Long Beach Barbecue Festival, and co-owner of Axiom Kitchen, which is a pop-up restaurant here in Long Beach. Just to share a little bit of our struggles that we're experiencing right now. We've since had to suspend our operations because we do not have a permit to operate. We've been asked by the one shared kitchen in Long Beach, one of the two, shared kitchens in Long Beach that are permittable for pop-up restaurants to not renew our license because we took up a large portion of their time and they needed more space for other vendors. So we're stuck. We applied for the street vending permit. We are stuck in the process. I've gotten one phone call where I was told that we do not qualify for the free cart because, one, we live in an area that does not qualify. Two, our concept, which is smoked meats, will not fit on a cart. We are welcome to purchase our own cart and have it custom made, which would cost us close to $100,000 due to the level of framework that would have to be put together. So because of this, like I said, we've had to pause our operations, we're not making money. We depend on that money to feed our family. And we're unable to operate our business here in Long Beach, which is very important to us. I just want to make it known that there are not enough shared kitchens, commissaries, or anything like that in the city to operate for pop-up vendors. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Kat. It's Kat, then Ian, and then Antonio.
Good evening, I'm Kat. I'm a renter and eater in District 1. Stop citing street vendors making good faith efforts to comply with your ordinance. Vendors need to make ends meet while the city processes applications, especially with these high costs. The city should not be policing or punishing vendors because of Karen's complaints unrelated to health, safety, or welfare. Standardized carts should be optional, and the idea that they cannot meet public health requirements without them is classist, I believe, at best. In your education, you should include material on why insurance can be helpful and promote it as an option for them to protect their assets. Lastly, I want to implore you, you all, our council, to create a minimum 6-month moratorium on citations for sidewalk vendors, and not to begin citations until at least 75% of the applications have been processed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, council members.
Thank you. Ian?
Honorable Mayor.
Okay, you got it.
Co-owner Axiom Kitchen, pitmaster of Axiom Kitchen, vice president of Noah's Ark Foundation, director of the Village Foundation. I'm here today to speak about enforcement. Thank you for all the hard work and dedication you guys put forward. I'd like to talk about our experience that when we were trying to go down to the beach and pop up an hour and a half before we were open, we were contacted by Janice Garcia, and we were told not to because we weren't permitted, even though we had prepared all of our food in the shared kitchen and did all the process correctly. When we asked what would happen if we went down to operate, we were told when they arrived, they would make us throw away our food. So it went directly to enforcement. There was no conversation about it. So we took the hit, lost $5,000 that day, and decided to keep our business going in the way that we can. So I would like to encourage Long Beach to mirror Los Angeles's movement with the MICO. Micro Enterprise Home Kitchen Operations is the answer to this problem. 90 meals a week, $100,000 in revenue, gross revenue a year. That's what MICO's offering in Los Angeles. I think that would benefit Long Beach, that would benefit people in my position, and it would also open up homeowners that have larger residences to be a storage facility for those carts and stuff that Long Beach is beginning to implement. So I would strongly encourage you guys to look at MICO. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please. Our final two.
Good evening, Mayor Richardson, City Council members, and City staff. I am Antonio, a community organizer with Long Beach Forward. I am here to uplift the need to create a just sidewalk vending ordinance, since the current ordinance has not been so successful as we've seen it play out by how many vendors have actually gone through the whole process. I stayed here earlier this year to remind you and the city staff how overly restrictive and criminalizing this ordinance would be. Small business and entrepreneurs are stuck in the process of receiving proper permits due to exuberant costs and inaccessible requirements. To address the overly restrictive ordinance, as folks have already mentioned, make the insurance requirement optional since the costs are unrelated to objective public health, welfare, and safety. Secondly, end harassment and policing of black and brown vendors based on pesky residents and ego-hurt brick-and-mortar complaints, and properly educate city staff and police to halt illegal citations given out in the recent weeks. Thirdly, make standardized carts optional since carts have been ridiculously expensive, which of course vendors cannot afford. Lastly, encourage the flourishing of MICOs as new models with affordable and compliant retail food facilities to allow vendors to cook their food and reduce the miscellaneous fees attached with the equipment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker, please.
Jeffrey. My name is Jeffrey. You probably see me on Channel 4 News. I want to thank you, Rex, for being here for the first time. Normally, you just walk out to the back and don't listen to what we have to say. How you doing, Junie? I've been to all the meetings. Educational meetings don't work. I'm with the District 9, and I was the only one. Junie wanted to know if he would continue with the meeting. I said, sure, why not? You're getting paid anyways. I'd like to go ahead and ask you guys to go ahead and make insurance optional instead of recommending the insurance. Do you guys know what the price on a commissary is? It's $1,500. So you have to decide, even if you get a free cart, you have to decide if you're gonna pay rent for your apartment, otherwise you're gonna pay rent for your cart, which is called a commissary. People sometimes need a shared kitchen to cook their food. I just would like to get my business license. However, I refuse to pay the insurance. So if you guys make it optional, I'll get my business license tomorrow. As far as Monica with the health department, she has no idea on a lot of the answers. It's supposed to be an educational meeting. We asked her, can you use milk or almond milk? She said, no, it's milk-like product. And we had to call the agriculture or email them, and they said we can. She actually also discouraged another coffee vendor from selling coffee because you have to use creamer. So instead of using a little prepackaged creamer, she says, I recommend you just don't sell coffee instead of actually encouraging vendors to vend certain products. That's all I have to say.
All right, that concludes public comment. We'll take it back behind the rail for the council deliberation. First, we have Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. Vendedores ambulantes han contribuido y siguen contribuyendo a la rica cultura y economía de la ciudad de Long Beach. Sidewalk vendors have contributed and continue to contribute to the rich culture and local economy of the city of Long Beach. The purpose of this ordinance was to create a legal pathway to operate legally and in compliance with the state health regulations to ensure that they continue to work with dignity while ensuring public health, which remains a priority for the city of Long Beach. I want to thank you, Grace, Yoon, and your whole team for all the hard work and dedication to this program. I do see that we have come a very long way to how we first saw this ordinance come before us, and you continue to meet with all stakeholders involved and actually listen to what they are going through, whether they are for or against this ordinance, and I appreciate all your staff and the dedication to this item. However, this is definitely a new program, and thank you for reminding us of that. This 6-month report will help inform us and has helped inform us and guide us to our next steps and to see what is needed to make this program successful. As staff is taking additional feedback from council tonight and the public, I find it appropriate and necessary to motion that the city report back once again in the next 6 months to see what else is being done. I would like to add that to my motion for today. I think that we still have, like you mentioned in your presentation, we've done incredible work on this ordinance, but we still also still have a long ways to go. And I think that a report in 6 months would be helpful, continuing to be able to work with all the stakeholders involved. I would also like to motion to direct staff to explore the feasibility of a provisionary license and what that might entail or what that looks like. But again, thank you for that very, very detailed report. And thank you for all your work on this. And I'd like to invite my colleagues to share their comments.
All right, Vice Mayor Allen.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, staff, for this thorough presentation. And I know that this program and that this update has been a major undertaking. So thank you for that. We knew from the beginning that this process wasn't going to be easy. And so I want to thank staff, and also want to thank the vendor community for being team players and working with us, because we really are trying to get it right. And I think that there is a lot that we have to be grateful for. I am thankful for all the outreach and all the education. I think through our town halls and webinars and our direct outreach, staff has made to our vendors, and has tried their best to equip them with knowledge. And I've been at many of those meetings. I know that you guys have really done you've done a lot of work, especially with regards to health and safety regulations. I know that we're funding and giving away carts at no cost, and I know there's some issues there that we still need to work through. I'm very supportive of this because I think it is a way to it's a stepping stone for people to get into businesses at low cost. And I don't know what our specifications are for getting into that. And there's a gentleman that talked here today about there's certain categories that qualify and don't. So I don't know if there's, I just want to make sure that we're working closely with this vendor community to make sure that we're really understanding if we're able to supply certain cars for certain industries and that we're not making any assumptions of what they need. I also like our interactive map. I think that's been a great tool to promote compliance. And I know that District 2 and the Wanapiro Peach Lot and the recreational area is one of the biggest vendor areas, in our city. So I've heard from a lot of residents operating this area, and I know that the process has taken a long time. Can you tell me what type of follow-up you're doing with these vendors during that process? Like what's happening when are you communicating with them regularly so they know exactly where they're at in the process? Because it seems like what I'm hearing from them is taking a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. I can make some comments, and Tara and Judith can feel free to chime in from the operational experience. So when business license or health department receives an application and they will review it, if there are components that are missing, they will reach out to the vendor who applied to walk them through the process and let them know what components need to be added to or what was missing. If they need that support in a different language, they will work to provide that connection via different language. We also have our Business Navigators program support, so we've been able to refer vendors to that program as well that could provide one-on-one business coaching for free and provide that detailed support as they think through their finances, their cards, all of the different elements that go into running a business. And I also mentioned in the presentation, one of the things that the health department is going to do moving forward is have those open office hours as well every week where vendors can come in, or if that doesn't work out, they're always welcome to schedule a program. So there is active work being done by staff to reach out to those vendors to discuss those issues. There are challenges with vendors that may feel like they're not able to meet those requirements. And so it becomes an issue of whether or not they feel like that's in their best interest to continue to move forward and meet the requirements that are needed in the application process. But staff is definitely committed to following up and providing information as we go along.
Okay, great. I like that Councilwoman Zadejas. I think the provisional permit, while I would think would be beneficial to them while their materials are being processed. I know that the city of LA offers like a 90-day to a year temporary permit, so I think that's something that I would definitely also like to see. Also, so some of the residents made questions about the CMFO status. And I know you did a good job at defining what this CMFO is, but what kind of businesses would be eligible for that category? And then my second question is, is my understanding that this is regulated by the state, do we have any ability to change that from a city level?
Good evening, Councilmember Allen. To answer some of your questions, I'll start with do we have the ability to change or amend the health and safety code? Unfortunately not. at this level, there is a food policy committee that happens at the California Conference of Directors of Environmental Health. Community inputs are gathered and sent to the state, and there's a team of us that work with advocacy groups to work with state legislators to see if we can come up with some sort of resolution or some agreement to see what's reasonable in terms of food safety practices and prevention of foodborne illnesses. Second part, in terms of the CMFO, as described by SB 972, does provide some flexibility, but it does only allow for limited food preparation. And so because of that definition, there are certain things that is not allowable in that definition. Limited food preparation is not having to work with raw meats, because as potentially hazardous foods, there are more risks for foodborne illnesses and outbreak investigations. In terms of, just to give you some numbers, although it may seem like we received a lot of applications for a health permit, in looking at the numbers more closely, we did receive 164 business license applications. Of those applications, it indicated that more than 100 of them were interested in selling food. When we looked at the applications, 72% of them, 78 did not submit any information or did not fully engage with environmental health. Many of them were waiting for the free card program. Many of them were called, left messages, left voicemails, where we have a city-issued cell phone now where we can text back because their voicemail boxes are full. And so we want them to be able to come to us. I mean, if we're looking at our applications today, we have 25 that are in the process, and many of them are going through the free card program process, and some are going through on their own plan check requirements.
Okay, Anna, you have some more questions, but Mayor, my time is up, so I'll queue back up.
Okay, sounds good. Real quick, before we keep going through the line, that was Maker and the seconder of the motion. So the MECO stuff that's coming up. So are we doing that?
Yes. Let me just gather my notes. Earlier this year, we did accept a grant from the state, about $88,000 that's coming from the California Department of Public Health to help us study the feasibility of micro-enterprise home kitchen operations in Long Beach. This would allow for homes to be used as mini restaurants. They can, if you agree, if you adopt it, it could allow for a commissary as well. And it does have a lot of benefits for micro businesses. So what we're doing at this point is we're talking to our neighboring jurisdictions, those who have a successful MECO program, and understanding, what makes it work? What's successful? What are your lessons learned? We also want to gather community input and also departmental input, because it will impact certain departments such as zoning, code enforcement, parking, noise. There are a lot of things that we have to consider, and I want to be able to present all of that information as you make the decision for our city.
Okay. When's that coming back, the MECO?
We hope to come back later this year or early next year.
Okay. I like that idea. I like the MECO. It just makes sense if you don't have the ability to have a cart that has certain equipment based on whatever the challenges are. If you want to bake at home or whatever it is, go through that process, be subject to inspections or whatever it is to maintain public health, but add some flexibility so people can go and be entrepreneurs. I like that. Let's certainly bring that back. All right, we'll keep going down the list. Councilmember Duggan. Actually, Rick Sodi. Sorry.
Poor Councilmember Duggan. You all right over there? I just had a couple of points of clarification. So one of them was and I also really like the map that you all put in on, was it slide 9? I just wanted to know, I saw there were numbers like 1 through 60. So are those just like the unique locations for the different field operations? And then some of them, I'm assuming you've gotten repeated calls about?
Yes, that's exactly right. So we took right now the maps that you've seen that are in this presentation are really just a snapshot, because we wanted to be able to give a visual presentation to City Council on the areas in which we've done education and where the complaints are coming in, also enforcement. But it is not a live active map at the moment. As I mentioned before, this was put together for the presentation to give a visual, but we are currently working and just starting that project with the health department and business licensing to work on a new modernized way of data collecting on a singular software platform, in which case then that data will be able to feed into more live interactive dashboards. So to answer your question, yes, for now we took all of the different enforcement actions or the different data points and then put them into a map and then took a picture, but it's not live and active, but we will be working towards that.
Okay, excellent. And then as regards to, I know you mentioned in here that in the presentation that many of the vendors are submitting applications without insurance paperwork because they may be unfamiliar with the insurance process. So does that, submitting your application without the insurance, does that like stop the clock, or can they continue along in other aspects of the application process? So I guess I'm wondering, can those things be done in parallel, right? Like they be in the process of getting insurance while continuing the application process?
Yes, they can continue to do that, but there aren't that many steps in the application process if they're only selling goods and not selling food. So
Gotcha.
if they're selling any type of good, then really the insurance is kind of the big piece of it. So if they've submitted an application and they don't have the insurance, we provide that information back to them on what's missing. We provide them the resources that are available through city resources, through all the city services to be able to get that complete, but they won't be able to actually move forward without the insurance. If they are a food vendor though, and they submit and they haven't supplied the insurance, they can continue to work through the health permitting process and other aspects of that process while they're working to get their insurance.
Okay. What was I gonna ask there? I lost my train of thought, so it's all right. For the interactive map, are we as council offices, can we review that map? Because I just want to make sure that when we're looking at the map around places that street food vendors can operate, that we're working in collaboration with you all to make sure like areas aren't missed or there's areas that aren't appropriate that aren't in it. So I'd like us to be able to see that ahead of it going live.
Yeah, absolutely. We also want to make sure the data is accurate. So anything that helps make sure that information we put out to the public is accurate and informative, that would be very appreciated.
Follow-up question is, I know we received 10 health permit applications, but we haven't issued any. Is this related directly to the issue around the pop-up restaurants versus the compact mobile food carts? Is it the issue is that these aren't, because I know in my district, the majority, I didn't say majority, I'd say all of the actual street food vendors, none of them actually have carts, right? They all have these kind of pop-up restaurants, so they're not eligible for health permits. Is that the issue that we're running into?
Yes, those what you're currently seeing right now are larger food operations, which does not meet the CMFO requirements under the Health and Safety Code. We do actually have permitted fruit carts prior to SB 946, SB 972. We have fruit cart vendors that were permitted through the regular permitting process. We have about 24 of them that are operating in this city. So it is doable. It does just take time. And, please work with us so that we can help you get through that process.
Gotcha. And then for the enforcement strategy framework components, I know one of the challenges we have in my district. So one of the hot spots we've had is on South Street in front of our Walmart, as you know. And so I'd argue that those vendors basically fall under that number 2, that kind of gray area. And the challenge we've had is that most of the sidewalks in my district, if not all, none of them are more than 4 or 5 feet wide, right? So we just don't have sidewalk space most of the time for vendors to set up. And so we end up as having this dance of like either they're on private property, right? Or, and residents, myself, will have to call and they'll call and say like, hey, somebody's trespassing. Then they'll move, but because there's not enough room on the sidewalk, they then end up blocking the entire sidewalk, or sometimes actually like vending into the street, which is really dangerous. And I'll see cars pulling up and all kinds of things like that. And so I know for me, it's frustrating for our residents and I'm sure it's frustrating for PD, right? Because we'll call PD and then we do this like dance of the vendor like moving back and forth, and nothing ever gets solved and everyone ends up getting frustrated. So I know from my perspective, like, these are one of the things that I really would like, as we're moving forward with the idea of like education and enforcement, like what does that look like so that we can come up with some type of meaningful solution. So that's all.
All right, thank you. Next, Councilmember Duggan.
All right, well, thank you, Grace and team, for the extensive presentation. It gave a lot of information. Now, we're coming up on 2 years since the most recent changes in state law went into effect, largely legalizing sidewalk vending businesses. And for the first year, vending businesses only had to have a business license and a health permit. Last January, City Council approved our sidewalk vending ordinance and said that we're going to be launching a sidewalk vending education campaign, building out programs to help these businesses be compliant. And from this presentation, I understand we are doing an immense amount of outreach. I'm just concerned about the outcomes that we're seeing, and I share these concerns with a lot of people for various reasons. So we have 17 approved business licenses and 2 food vendors approved. I could drive around the city and see more than 17 sidewalk vending businesses and more than 2 food serving businesses, sidewalk vending. So I'm not as concerned about the sidewalk vending businesses that are trying to do the right thing. People are entrepreneurs, they're trying to do the right thing, follow the rules, and run a good business. And I know the challenges small businesses face to get through a new program where it's being shaped as we go. And we see that in the Parklet program, and we see that right now. But as a small business owner for 25 plus, understand the struggle of not understanding government, process, and bureaucracy. And every city that I've done business in has required me to follow certain rules. They're not always the easiest. I just think I'm hearing so much about the process. So I think we really need to move forward with more improvements in this area. That being said, there's a difference between businesses making a good faith effort to follow the rules and businesses that are taking advantage of the system and our lack of enforcement right now. I think it's part of the process we're working through. We heard a lot of definitions through this presentation, so we can be clearer in our language. Now, I hear some concerns from my community, but it's more about, I only hear a few complaints about the CMFOs, the compact mobile food operations. But they're minor complaints. Someone is standing in front of a house, ringing a bell for hours. I think our process can build a case and work with these types of vending businesses. The major complaints I get, and I heard some of it stated from Councilmember Ricks Odie, is the pop-up restaurants, which, most people are grouping in a sidewalk. The pop-up restaurants are storing and cooking raw meat, many of which have the open flame under a tent. They have more than 2, usually 4 or 5 people working at the same time. These types of pop-up restaurants are completely ignoring our health codes, our business licensing requirements, and they're taking advantage of the change in state law that we are trying to work with. Our goal is health and safety. That's what we need to consider above all else. Can you first clarify the difference specifically between a CMFO and a pop-up restaurant?
So SB 972 in the California Health Safety Code defines compact mobile food operations, again, as limited food preparation. And so that means that it's limited. You can only deal with slicing non-potentially hazardous foods such as fruits, right? So you can be a fruit cart and become a CMFO. You can sell pre-cooked hot dogs, tamales, burritos, quesadillas. It's understandable that there are frustrations because the health and safety code is very complex, depending on the requirements, depending on what you sell, how you sell it, how you break apart that food, or how you prepare that menu. It is going to entail a different type of requirements. But a pop-up restaurant with larger operations, and when you're dealing with raw meats, we are concerned about the food safety practices that are being built in there. CDC informs us that there are 5 major contributing risk factors to foodborne illnesses. That's improper hygiene or food safety practices from an employee or an operator, improper temperature of cooking of the food, improper storage, unsafe food sources, and contamination of equipment. Because of all those things, a pop-up restaurant is currently not allowed in the health and safety code. A compact mobile food operation, again with limited food preparation, you're not dealing with raw meat, you're dealing with non-potentially hazardous foods, which lowers your risk for foodborne illnesses.
Okay, last question.
When a pop-up restaurant is storing and cooking raw meat to sell in public, can you go into what a typical response would be from the city? And if health inspectors today find someone serving food in violation of the health code, what do we do? Are we confiscating the meat? Can you go through that today?
We do. Under health and safety code, we do have the ability to discard food and impound equipment. We do have this safety practices that our employees are concerned about, and currently we are in meet and confer. The elevated enforcement action that Grace spoke about earlier, the complaint response team, that's an operation that we use when we're able to deploy the complaint response team operations. As you can imagine, no one health inspector will be able to discard that food or impound that equipment alone. We need the support from the various departments like PD, Public Works, and business licensing to keep our employees safe and to keep the public safe as well.
So, and also I just wanted to add, the thing that makes this confusing for the community and a little bit complex is that we're talking about the difference between our colloquial terminology, pop-up restaurants, and the state-defined CMFO. That's on the health and safety code side. But SB 972, the law that the Safe Sidewalk Vending Act that decriminalized sidewalk vending, that definition of a sidewalk vending overarches all of it. So that what makes it tricky is that according to SB 972, whether you're a pop-up restaurant the way that we're defining it or a CMFO, you are protected from criminalization as a broad definition of a sidewalk vendor if you're selling food or merchandise on a sidewalk or pedestrian path. So that's been a limitation in the enforcement, but as we discussed earlier, we are following our framework, building up a case that could be used in potential civil lawsuit. We need that data, we need that evidence to make a case in court, and potentially are pursuing other paths to be able to address these, what you're saying, the vendors that have no desire to come into compliance, that particular population.
All right, thank you. Next, Councilmember Supernaw.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone who's contacted our office, all the speakers here tonight, and for the 2 speakers who said it was your first time, you did an incredible job. You should be very proud. Also want to thank staff for a great presentation, and I have 5 questions about the presentation. Then I have actually my own slides. So I checked with the city attorney. This is a receive and file item, but I can ask questions and maybe have information come back to me. Don't have to answer it tonight, but we'd like something before December or whenever your next presentation is. The first one, and to the technicians back there, you don't have to pull up these pages when I number. I'm just doing it for staff reference. So page 34, you said that prosecutors are limited in enforcement. we have a prosecutor in the front row right here tonight. Thank you, Mr. Fudge, for being here. Is that per state law that prosecutors cannot be involved?
Yes, that's correct. So because of what I said, SB, and I think Tara said I said it wrong, SB 946, which decriminalized sidewalk vending for anyone, then that definition is so broad, anyone who is selling food or merchandise on a sidewalk or pedestrian path cannot be criminalized. The typical tool that the city had in the past of referring cases to the prosecutor for criminal action is not an option if it is truly defined as a sidewalk vendor and they're not breaking any other law.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood. I guess, Mr. Fudge, really thank you for being here, because you don't need to be here, evidently. Okay, number 2 was page 37. The CRT team, CRT, T is the team, right? Would they work overtime, or I know you said you can't really describe how the operation is going to work, but the expectation is they would work overtime hours.
Correct.
Okay, page 43, cease and desist orders. You had a large number of those that had been issued. Is 53 correct? Is that what I remember? Okay. Okay, of those 53 orders issued, how many have ceased and desisted?
That's a difficult question to answer.
Okay, we can move on to the next one then. I think you understand my point, that we would want to know if this is an effective tool and working. Okay, page 45, staff capacity and hours. I think that those charts were very revealing. I asked that question during the budget item from the health department, and I didn't get an answer, but that is very definitive that we have some challenges there. We have some positions to fill, and that's what I was trying to get to during the budget. We'd certainly like to give you everything you need to do your job. And then, Sinai Cafe brought this up, but in a different terminology. So the topic of labor trafficking, that's the first time we've heard it, so we'd probably want more information on that. And thank you for the reminder, Sinai. Okay, if we can go to my slides, I would like to shift over to our Muni Code, because my interest in is giving the police department the tools they need. So if a resident calls a dispatcher and says this vendor is playing music too loud and it's going right into my bedroom window, I believe that exists in the code, but I'm really interested in getting our dispatchers educated on this and making sure that they can take that call and then dispatch it to a police officer, and then the patrol unit knows exactly what we're talking about. They don't have to guess. Or if this guy can't be within 50 feet of a freeway on-ramp, do we have a procedure in place where dispatchers and police are going to be trained on the new rules?
Hello, council member. Yes, we do. And so just something to keep in mind is this is really, we're not talking about the street vendor issue, we're talking about a disturbing the peace issue. And so if an officer was to be dispatched for a disturbing the peace call, they would respond. It would be prioritized with all the other calls that we have waiting. But when it comes to a noise complaint specifically, it's important to note that the calling party would need to be a willing victim of that, because a police officer cannot have his or her peace disturbed.
Okay, that's a great explanation, and I think everyone understands that we get calls to our office about specifics on this, and we just want to advise people the right way. I had a number of things here. One of the points was that the sidewalk vendor cannot be within 18 inches of the curb. So I have a technical question. If we can go to the next slide, I think. Okay, so this particular spot is shut down, so I'm not exposing someone for violations. So, so you see where the poles for the canopy are within that 18-inch location. Now, do the poles, are they allowed to be within that 18-inch space and whatnot? And if you don't know the answer tonight, we just would need that eventually, because we get a lot of calls on that. Hey, the pole either went into the gutter or it's right next to the curb. And then the other thing is on private property. So if you go to the next slide, okay, that's the same canopy. if you can tell by that shot that the other side of the canopy, the poles are going onto the private property parking lot, actually within the stop mark. So those cars in that private property, I'm assuming that is not allowed to have part of the canopy go into the private property. But these are specific questions we've gotten, and we would just like to know how to advise complaining parties. If we can go to the next slide. Again, this is within 50 feet of a freeway on-ramp. If you know that section of Stern Street, all of Stern Street is basically a freeway on-ramp right there. So that's the most dangerous spot you can imagine. And when you block the sidewalk, pedestrians will walk out in the street to get by, and that's not where you want to be. You don't want to be that anywhere, but especially that spot. So I guess I'm wondering, can we have a robust system in place where police officers would go out, because it's a dangerous situation, and they would know that this is illegal just based on the being in violation of the spacing there. Next slide, please. Oh, that's just kind of an open door when people park and they get out and they're visiting a food vendor. If they take the food to go, we're just illustrating that it's not a good position to be in. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're back to the code here, and I think we can leave these in the interest of time, but we have there the city traffic engineer is going to determine what streets are safe and not. Has that process begun? I realize that's a public works question, but do you know if the process has begun or when we're going to look at that? Anybody have an idea? Okay, you can get back to me on that one.
Okay.
Okay, next slide. This was in particular the noise issue that I just discussed. So it's all in there, but as a chief stated, I heard you say that this is going to be a more generic disturbing the peace call. So that's a legitimate call to dispatch, and a unit can be dispatched. Okay, last slide. This is something that, again, this is a reporting piece. So you have 2019. This is a driveway off of Wardlow, if you know that intersection at Norwalk. And we have a food vendor there who is spilling fog, it's fats, oils, and grease, onto the sidewalk, hosing it down every night. So you see 2019, before there was a sidewalk vendor, and 2023. I've been around a while. I think this would have been a hazmat situation, and Ocean Blue might have been out there because the concern was for this not going into the sewer system or the drain system. Is that, where is that call made, I guess is the question, because residents want to know, how do we complain about this? I know after hours it would probably be dispatch, but do you have an answer for how that would be done?
Yeah, it would be the health department. We do oversee the fats, oil, and grease programs for food facilities. We work with the utilities department in administering that program. So a combination of both departments responding to this complaint would probably be needed.
Okay, and do you have another slide?
Regarding the questions about the easy ups being in the street, close to the street, on private property, their setup includes their easy up, the legs of the easy up. So if their operations are blocking anything where you would have to walk under the easy up, or the easy up is actually on private property, then that's not permitted.
Okay, and the distance there is 18 inches as far as you know, because I think ADA law would be a little different than that.
So it depends upon whether they're setting up from the curb and then allowing ADA space on the other side. So we do need to have, the ability to use a sidewalk as a sidewalk. So there needs to be ability for the safe passage through the sidewalk, but some of the sidewalks allow you to be on either side of them.
Okay,
So
I think that's all the slides. Do we have any more? I think we did fine. Thank you to the police chief for stepping in here. Really appreciate you being here tonight. And Mr. Mayor, thank you for your indulgence on the time.
Sure thing. Thank you. All right. Next, Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to relay my deep appreciation for how much work it takes to really dissect the various information to get it into a visual format. I appreciate you hearing me. I really requested visual explanation, and this is easier to understand, and I look forward to the next item with more visuals as well, and that they're translated in other languages. I think that it was a step forward having SB 972 to guide us in how do we create our ordinance. And I know that we're still in the beginning process of gathering data, and I think many people are very anxious for results and for action. But at the end of the day, I want to share that, you know, people are doing sidewalk vending because they're trying to make a living, right? They're trying to make a living. And we know that also people need to be safe, that we do need, you know, public health standards in place so that people are safe. So, you know, I do trust that we're going to go through a process that's going to be educational, considerate, but at the end of the day, it's going to be very hard for many of the vendors to follow through the instruction. So one of the areas that I am very concerned about, as much as we do, I appreciate that we have Business Navigator. I think that's really important to provide advice. But what about the cases in where I do see many that may just throw their hand up in the air and say, look, I'm not going to do it anymore with all of these restrictions. And this is where I'm seeing it as a economic justice issue, is like what alternatives can we give people, right? I think we do have Pacific Gateway. We do have other sources to help people. And, you know, there's an item that Councilwoman Rix Odia and I brought forward. Well, can we consider other vending zones or, you know, micro business pathways for people that provides additional support? But I just do want to, I know that there's a lot of question about how we're going to implement and follow these rules and enforcement. But at the end of the day, I also see people going through this process, but and many who won't as well. So my ask is still bringing in more of this economic opportunity and development focus as we move forward. I know that it's really hard because there's so much question about process and delivering on that. So that's really all I have to share. And you know, I do appreciate that we're taking it slowly, and I would appreciate another report back, and really appreciate how much you've done at this point of us passing the ordinance. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kerr.
Yes, thank you to staff for standing up this out of kind of nothing and bringing it together. I just have a couple questions. Thanks to my colleagues for a vibrant discussion. I think we're talking about a lot of the same questions and concerns, so I don't want to talk too long. Thank you to the mayor for stealing my question, which was about the microenterprise home kitchen operations. I did note with my highlighter that June of 2024, you got the 88,000. And so the timeline question is hopefully by the end of the year, or early next year. I think that's really a key pivot for us to have conversations with some folks who are really just trying to make it happen for themselves and their family. So I look forward to that. A couple of questions that were brought up, and I appreciate all 54 slides, and I may have pulled some things together or missed something, so apologies if you answered this and I didn't hear it. I heard one of our long-standing vendors, and we talked about, you know, we had 24, 28, you know, licensed fruit vendors in the city. It would make sense to me that folks who are already vending in the city with our permits would find this process easier. And wondering how many folks who have been licensed in the past are still struggling, and what might be some rubs in our system. Because those are folks that we've already had relationships with, that we want them to be successful and supported. And have we noticed what they are? And if we haven't, maybe looking at the data of where the rubs might be.
I think what we're seeing is that if they change their food operation, if they change their menu, then it's going to require a different parameters for that under the health and safety code. And so if you were approved in the past and you're doing the same thing, there should not be any new process for you. It would just be a renewal. You would go through an inspection 1 or 2 times a year, depending on how risky your business operation is. And so we're not seeing any of them coming to us with struggles right now, unless they're going to plan a new cart business with a new menu, new business operation, new business plan. Then we have to go back and go through a plan check process again to make sure that those food safety requirements under health and safety code are met.
Thank you for the clarification. One of the other things I heard is that carts are not required, and are we somehow pushing a requirement on folks that isn't part of the intention of the state law? Because if we only have these particular 4, and someone doesn't pick that, can they have something different than that that is still approved?
Yes, I can take this question. Yes, so there was some confusion and probably still is some confusion as we were talking to the vendor community about being limited to the 4 carts in the free cart program, and that's not the case. It will be harder for vendors it will be easier for vendors to get a free cart that's already pre-approved. That was the whole intention of the free cart program, is to try to ease the burden of getting compliance with carts. However, that being said, we were limited to the cart program to actual manufacturers that had pre-approved carts that were already approved by state standards. And so those were the carts we were limited to for the free cart program. However, vendors can apply for any business. They would have to go through the permitting process as normal prior to the free cart program being available, and they could work with the health department to see what kind of setup that they want to do that is approved by the state, whether it's a cart or a push cart or a different type of mobile vehicle. All of those things the health department will review, and if it meets the state requirements, they can get permitted that way.
Okay, and I appreciate that we're going to have another 6-month update. So if 6 months from now we find that vendors are still not taking advantage of the carts and there's money available, I don't know, I don't want to say it's safe to assume, but we might assume that one of the reasons is that the 4 that we've chosen are not varied enough to meet the needs of our vendors. Is there an opportunity, if money still exists within that program, to 6 months from now see if there's additional carts that might qualify under that, so that it might not be 4, but we might find 3 additional different carts if we still have money available?
Yes, we can certainly look into that. The landscape is always evolving, so we did do an RFI to see what interest there were or what availability there was in the manufacturing community, but people can be, getting new permits processed. And even if there are carts that are approved by the county or other entities, we can accept that as well, since this is a state regulation. So that's definitely something we can look into.
And I'll add, just for clarity, that this is funding that we're planning to use on food carts. So we're not planning to take this money, if it's not used, and put it back in the general fund. We would hold that money and then be able to talk to you about what the new plan would be if the 40 carts are not procured.
Okay, so if I'm hearing that correctly, so if outside of our 4 carts, if say in LA, and I know my time, so I will recue. So say in another city, since it's a state requirement, there is a cart that someone is interested in. Can they come to the health department and say, instead of those 4, can we apply and use this one? Have we talked that through of what that would look like if someone finds the thing that they would like, if we're not able to move the carts?
We do work with our neighboring environmental health jurisdictions, so if we know that they've approved a cart, that is something that we would look as well. And if they've already gone through that plant check process, then there's a higher possibility that it will be approved here in Long Beach.
Okay, I would love to see that information included in the information that we're giving to vendors and talking about, that if these 4 don't meet your needs, but you know someone else who has one that is approved elsewhere, let's have that conversation. I think that would be important to put out there. And then the last one, you may not have the answer tonight, but I just want to throw out the idea. We talked about insurance is required, and did we say that it's required for all, or did we say that it's required for food? Because what if someone is vending toys or blankets or something that isn't as high of a risk for insurance as food potentially can be, especially food that is cooked somewhere else? And if we haven't considered that, is there a possibility to adjust that limit to possibly a lower, more affordable limit for those folks who are vending things that have much less risk than food? And if you don't have that with you tonight, that's totally okay. We can talk about it somewhere else.
I can answer the first part of that question. Yes, insurance applies to all of the vendors. There is inherent risk in lots of things beyond food, but lots of things, including, if you were to purchase something and it was very flammable and then there was an injury with that, choking hazards, there's all kinds of different things that could happen. So we do have that, and I'm sure that we can assess the insurance part and look at what the potential options are. Although we did align the insurance associated with what we do for most of our contracting, and in the research that we did prior to coming up with that insurance requirement and the amount, it cost the same amount pretty much for, at that point or anything lower. So it wasn't as if we, halved our insurance requirement that we would have the cost to the vendor. The insurance companies that we contacted and did a survey of, the insurance cost was the same.
And I want to remind the council, because we did debate a lot whether we should or should not do insurance, and part of it was not only just the the foodborne illness, but it was being in the right of way. So if somebody comes by on a bicycle and someone has set up and all they're doing is selling toys, but they've set up in a way that causes that person to have an accident and have a brain damage, then that insurance would cover that case because they were operating in the right of way. So those are the things that we're looking for, that both protects the vendor, because we wouldn't want the vendor to go bankrupt over someone suing both the city and the vendor, and of course the city's own liable exposure on that.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and thank you. And again, just every 6 months, I think when we're having these updates, I think there's an opportunity for lessons learned and maybe some adjustments down the road. So I appreciate the information. Thank you.
All right, we're about to go through the second round of questions from council members. I want to just offer that we have 2 items. There's a number of residents here for King Park and Hamilton Loop. So I'm going to encourage the council members to be brief in the second round. Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to all of my colleagues for all of your comments. I know that enforcement, it seems like this item might be a little bit more heavy on the enforcement and less on what the intent of this ordinance has been. So I just want to bring us back and remind us that, this is really intended to help our vendors become legal and be able to vend in the city of Long Beach. I want to thank Councilmember Sorrow for reminding us that these are hardworking families that really need these jobs to be able to sustain themselves and their families. And so we really need to look at it in that view. I also want to make sure that we understand that this is a form for certain individuals to make a living, and it is a way of being able to prevent homelessness and prevent families from being homeless or not having the resources that they need to be able to pay rent. And I think that one of the things that I'm very proud of is that my office has been a liaison with city staff in inviting all of the street vendors to come and meet with all of you, and also other stakeholders as well. But I think that it's very important that we continue this process and that we continue listening to the needs of the vendors, and that we continue analyzing what is preventing us from being able to be successful in giving our vendors the opportunity to obtain their business license and do that legally. I think that the 6-month update will help us, and continuing the work on this will also help us. I know that it was mentioned that some of the vendors are not responding or are not getting back to us. I think that right now we're in a trust building state with our food vendors, and even if they don't respond, I encourage our city staff to keep at it and make sure that the street vendors know that we are here to help them and help them through the process. And I know that that is the intent of our city staff, so I just want to encourage that. Also, my office and I have been working and talking about micro home kitchens for a bit now, a couple of years actually. So I'm looking forward to being able to bring bring that forward very soon. And so I know that we have that grant, and so I'm looking forward, because that could be the answer that we've been looking for, something that connects our food vendors and the community, and their ability to be successful in that program. So really looking forward to that. Also, I really would like us to also, I know that it was intentional to be able to provide assistance and help and carts to those that are in the CBG areas in the city of Long Beach, but we also have to realize that not everybody is from that area. That our vendors are, as I'm learning more and more every day, that our vendors are very diverse. And so I really appreciate, again, and I know it's been said already, but I will say it again, the visual maps that you guys provided to us was really great, because we could see that this is something that is affecting everyone citywide. And I think that the visual maps were able to indicate that, and it also indicates how diverse our vendors are. So thank you again for that, and thank you for looking into all of the things that my colleagues and I have said today. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Allen.
Yeah, so I just have a couple more questions. So I think that we also have to be, just be careful that we're not, people that are trying to get legal, that, we're not citing them. I think we have to look at helping them get there. And of course, those that aren't getting, those that aren't, I'm more worried about all those out there that aren't trying to do anything and don't even care. So let's just make sure that those that are working with us, let's just make sure that we work with them also. And also, some vendors informed me that for those that have previously had a business license or a health permit, would those be honored under this new program, or do they have to apply all over again if someone previously had a business license or health permit?
So from the business license perspective, sidewalk vending licenses weren't previously provided, so they would have had a business license that would have been for a different use. And the way we issue business licenses are very specific to the use of it. So I definitely would have to take that by a case by case if there was something that was very similar, they had a mobile business or something else that was very close. But certainly they could reach out to staff and we could address that specifically.
Okay, so if anyone out there, if someone from District 2 asked that question, so reach out to my office and we can put you in contact. And then also, will there be opportunities for vendors and community members to provide feedback on the program throughout its implementation?
Yes, certainly. We have our email addresses that is posted online and website. People can contact any one of us up here at the dais. We're also, like Councilmember Zendaya said, we are open and willing to meet with stakeholder groups and continue to have those meetings. And we've already had those sessions where we're having those in-person meetings, going through documents and line by line to really help understand what's allowed, what's not allowed, what did the state require, what are things that the city can do, and what are things that are not in our control, and how can we best help in the areas that we actually do have control over. So we're definitely open and willing to have those conversations.
Awesome. Okay, well, that's my questions. I do want to say that I think the microhomes kitchen is going to be a game changer. And I know I really look forward to that program coming back, but thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Duggan.
All right. I know Councilman Supernaw touched on this, but I want to talk more about our current outreach and enforcement at night and on the weekends. In District 3, vending businesses work the parks and the beaches on the weekends, and there are vending businesses, pop-ups, operating after hours on 2nd Street, the bar crowd. We don't see vending businesses at the normal business hours that are the hours that the team is going out. And this is a major issue. Last weekend, I drove down to 2nd Street at 2:30 a.m. because I wanted eyes on what I have been told by businesses and restaurants. And at 2:30 in the morning, I saw pop-up restaurants. The bars that are open late were closed up. They were dark. Pop-up restaurants were drawing crowds and people were eating on 2nd Street. They are thriving down on 2nd Street. We're permitting businesses to operate at hours when we don't have staff scheduled and they just aren't following our rules. I really want to know when we are going to implement and really work on this. This is for the safety and health of people being served the food, just to make sure that the rules are being followed. And I raised concerns about this after hours from the start of this discussion. So I'm going to continue down this line. I really find it important that we are doing enforcement at times when we need to be paying attention and protecting people, their public health and safety. That is our enforcement job.
Yes, and just one thing that I'll say to that is, as we are a complaint-based model, even if it's in those hours, those after hours where its staff is not scheduled necessarily in the overtime and it's based on overtime, getting those complaints submitted is very helpful. So whenever we do get those complaints through GoBiz, we do appreciate that, even if it feels like people who are making the complaints, if they feel like we said, it's not immediately visible, all of those documentations is what we need to be able to build that case. And what staff does is they look at all of the complaints that come in. It could be numerous complaints about one thing, but that really does help build a case that there is this activity happening. What time is that activity happening? Staff will go back and look at that, and part of the enforcement strategy will be finding strategic time, maybe on an overtime basis. When CRT's up, it could be in the evening hours, late evening hours as well. And even things like trying to go when it's set up versus when it's already up. So it could be at different times. So those are all part of the enforcement strategy framework. And I would say, and I would encourage to continue to let staff know and help be eyes and ears when those things are happening in the evenings as well.
Thanks for that, Grace. I remember hearing that part of the enforcement starts kind of while they're setting up. So that's really good to hear. And I must have missed it. When are you expecting CRT to be up and running?
That is a great question. Right now, we are in the final stages, we hope, of our meet and confer. So once that is wrapped up, if wrapped up in a positive way, the next steps would be training staff on those interdepartmental operational procedures that have been developed. And then it would be a matter of all of the interdepartmental team prioritizing those key cases, those key vendors that we've built up a case on, and then coordinating and scheduling a time where we could go out together.
And I just wanted to take a second to reiterate what Grace was saying about the complaints. We've heard from multiple council members that you're hearing complaints tonight. Please make sure that if you're getting those complaints, if you could please forward them to Business License or Health and make sure that we do have them. I think sometimes the complaints are coming to your offices and you may think they're also complaining to us, but sometimes they're not. So super important for us to get that information. So the more information we have about the locations, especially because many of you, when I do see many of your complaints, they have pictures, and the pictures that we saw tonight and other pictures, that's really helpful on the enforcement side. So if you could keep doing that, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you for clarifying that. And I saw all the ways to, you have a whole page of how to communicate. So thank you again for your work tonight.
All right, that was a good, lengthy discussion. I want to thank the council members, thank the public for coming out. I think some progress was certainly made tonight. One theme that kept coming up that I just want to encourage as you move forward. The term good faith was used a lot tonight. Folks who are operating in good faith, we want to get them, like ultimately we want to see a path to legal operation and permitting. And there were some good suggestions. Axios Kitchen, some of the others brought up some really good suggestions. I want to make sure that we pursue those. But also, you did hear from the council members about some challenges. And I will tell you that the 2 a.m., the Belmont Shore stuff, some of the violence that we've seen after the bars close happen when there's crowds. So I think we need to be very, very clear. And I'm not saying it's associated with a street vendor or the bar, but people are on the street for a reason. Either they're coming out of a bar or they're getting something to eat or whatever. So I want to make sure that we are being very, very clear about addressing some of those safety challenges that are separate from just the public health issues that our health department is dealing with. So I think I've seen enough of that. I think we I don't know what data you need to make sure that people are checking in and keep an eye on that situation. I don't know if it's collaboration, coordination with PD on that, but and I'm not saying that the street vendors are out there committing violence either. When people have had a few drinks and they're out there on the street, things are happening. So we gotta tighten that up. So I want to make sure that you all are thinking about that, what the impact of this policy is with the bars that are open till 2 a.m. in that area. Is there an impact that's being created by what we're doing? But separately, keep working. We're going to get another 6-month update. I like the idea. I didn't get it from you. I got it from them, council member, with the in-house permits. Let's make sure that we continue to make steps in that direction. Members, please cast your vote.
Okay. Motion is carried.
All right, thank you. Okay, now we're going to get to King Park. All right, thank you for your patience. Item number 18, please.
Report from Parks, Recreation, and Marine. Recommendation to receive and file the Martin Luther King Jr. Park Vision Plan, District 6.
All right, before we go to the staff report, and I know this is very important to Councilwoman Sorrow, who's focused on the Dream for King Park for many years. I just want to remind folks that this King Park and the next item on Hamilton Loop, they're a part of a big effort across our city, Elevate 28, to get our entire city and make investments into our entire city as we head into 2028. These aren't Olympic venues, but so what? Let's invest in our neighborhoods, our streets, our parks, all of those things to get our community feeling good. King Park's been a big focus for a long time. Really excited about these major improvements. There's certainly more work to do and more funding to look for, but I'm really excited about tonight's presentation. So that said, let's go ahead and kick off the presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So we have Brent Dennis. Agree with you, Mayor. This was a great effort that we've gone through. I think we're really excited to present the Park Vision Plan. And as you know very well, when you create those plans and you create a shared community vision, that really puts us in a good position to make those improvements in the future and get local, state, and federal resources. So Brent Dennis.
Thank you, Tom. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. So I'm going to just spend a moment taking you down memory lane because also in Council District 6, we have a big project underway at MacArthur Park that MLK Park is kind of on its heels. So our department is really proud to engage with the community and hold workshops and invite the neighbors and community leaders to come together to share just that, a vision. And without a vision, it's very difficult for our department and our city team to pursue grant funding and make a case for capital projects, or in some cases even federal and state earmarks to help build the dream. So I wanted to cite that because some of the things I'm going to be sharing with you that we also shared to receive the approval of our 7-member appointed Parks and Recreation Commission back on June 20th. And as I look out across Civic Chambers tonight, I see a lot of the same neighbors and community residents and even some of our steering committee members that were very, very involved throughout that process. So with that, I'm going to walk you through a presentation on Martin Luther King Park. So most of you know that it is one of our major community parks in the central part of our city in Council District 6. It's comprised of nearly 9 acres of very precious community park land in central Long Beach, and it's bordered by 19th and 20th Street, and also bordered by Orange and Lemon Avenue. Our vision plan was created in partnership with a lot of great entities. So it's important for you to be reminded that within King Park, currently we have the health department that has a multi-service center. Also, we have a really great partnership with the Boys and Girls Club at the Petra Lane Center. They've been very involved throughout the process. And I'd also like to mention that the Long Beach Alliance for Food and Fitness was a partner with City Fabric in terms of the grant resources, which were complemented by some of the support by Council District 6. I do want to thank Dr. Sorrow. She was participating, I think, nearly all of our community outreach meetings. We even had former Vice Mayor Dee Andrews speak very eloquently on several meetings just to underscore the historic importance of King Park, and again encourage the community to speak up in terms of what they would like to envision and see for the future development of King Park. We have a lot of existing amenities to build upon. Obviously, we have a very popular community center that we share in its footprint with the Boys and Girls Club. The swimming pool, and I know my colleague Eric Lopez will give an update a bit later about some of the great improvements inside the facility at the pool. But I mentioned the health facility. We have the iconic Martin Luther King Jr. statue, which will come into play in a very significant way in the re-envisioning of the park. And then it's a very active recreational park with soccer fields, baseball fields. I know there's some senior and lady softball that would like to return some of their regular historic activity into the park, as well as just important open space and shade trees and the like. So looking at the park, there are a lot of existing amenities that need some TLC. Obviously, the infrastructure is old and aging. If you're out there on a hot, droughty period, you'll see some brown spots. So our irrigation system obviously needs some upgrading, and there's some drainage challenges. A lot of the structures are old and in need of update. We're all very mindful of ADA improvements also. But all these were really important highlights that the community voiced their view of things that King Park were really in need of. The other thing I think was important was really the historic context of the park. The community's history in terms of a lot of events, festivals, social gathering, cultural activities is something that the community really wants to see continued in terms of a place and a space for special celebrations. So again, you know, our department, I think, has a really effective community engagement process, and this really kind of outlines all the steps that we pursued. I think it's important to mention the formation of the steering committee, and those were community leaders that really did care in the most passionate way to make sure the broader community was aware of the opportunity, and they really encouraged a lot of participation in community workshops. And again, we just kind of summarized you know, some of the data, the number of participants, the number of workshops, and it ultimately led to I think a master plan or a vision plan that's going to be a great roadmap into the future. There were 4 major themes that emerged through all the workshops, and you know, really the community focused in on the essential ones. So the amenities that were in the park, obviously, many of them do need to be updated. I think when we look at spaces like our program opportunities with, you know, there used to be an amphitheater stage in the park. A lot of the functions inside the community center, the programming could easily be extended out into it. But we heard loud and clear that there really was a very strong interest in focusing on enrichment programs, a lot of focus on things that are important to young students: science, technology, arts, engineering, mathematics, etc. Also, there was a highlight of interest in the actual design of the park, you know, repositioning of some of the elements, you know, to really take a harder look at how many parking spaces are actually needed in the park, and could some of that space be repurposed for passive and active recreation areas. And also in terms of the park and its future, looking at some of the changing recreational needs that the community's had, seeing expressed. So kind of getting our arms around that and making sure the new park's design can accommodate that, and also looking at multi-purpose spaces and flexibility in terms of giving people space to, again, enjoy both passive and active recreation. And then maybe the fourth area that was really, really important to the community in terms of a strong voice was the concern about safety, creating better sight lines into the park, and also enhancing lighting in terms of making the park safe and welcoming even in the twilight hours of the day and throughout the year. Again, strategies, it was important to really look at opportunities to further activate the park with new amenities that were in alignment with some of the new developing needs and desires of the community. The center of the park was really envisioned to be a thriving cultural hub that would support lots of educational programming, cultural performance and such. And then also in terms of the overall design and organization of the site, to have a spatial hierarchy that would allow some of that flexibility, but also to accommodate, you know, a growing and flourishing community activity at levels that the community really advocated. So some of the next plans or some of the next images are really excerpts or elevated illustratives, kind of as a bird's eye view of the plan. This actual area is one of the focus. It's a plaza that, again, if you can imagine where the current Martin Luther King statue is, they really were envisioning the statue being focused more on the heart of the park. Right now it's looking out over an asphalt parking lot, and whether or not that's, you know, befitting of that great leader in terms of honoring, that was one thing, and also creating a performance space plaza. So this particular rendering shows all of that, and the beauty of the new design has a lot of sweeping walkways that link the community's surrounding neighborhoods and kind of portal or entry areas into some of the key destinations that are very high activity recreational nodes. And then again, looking at additional opportunities, there was a strong interest in adding fitness equipment. The walking loop trail that would go around the entire park was something of great interest. And then also just expanding some of the opportunities for picnicking and enhancing, you know, our part of the urban forest with more native trees and such. And then on the orange side or the Orange Avenue side of the park, repositioning some of the essential facilities, which would be things like the concession building, which would have some storage, and also an upgraded restroom facility, and then kind of having a Martin Luther King gateway or portal entrance between those facilities was another great suggestion the community had. And then, of course, with placemaking, opportunities for murals that could, again, reflect the vitality and the vibrancy of the surrounding community. So as an overview, the improvements can be summarized in both short, medium, and long-term improvements, and that's really the value of having a vision plan, something that can be phased. But along with that, having incremental and community-based projects to better guide the phasing of the vision plan's development and essential funding into the future. So with that, there are some logical projects that will, evolve out of the vision plan. So the west parking area and the plaza that was shown in the earlier illustrative, I think will be a key initial area that will bring great pride and also be a space that can help accommodate a lot of community festivals, concerts and things like that. And then the reconfiguration of the sports fields will be, again, a really key thing. The community garden that's very popular, it's also very small. So I think the new vision plan allows for it to be expanded to the north. And I think one of the voices on the steering committee level was to look for opportunities for people that are a bit differently abled, with maybe some raised gardens, horticulture therapy opportunities and such. So having a community garden in the park opens up a lot of other new dimensions to make it even more inviting and allow more people to enjoy what's still America's #1 hobby, and that's gardening. But outdoor fitness, that's why you saw some portrayals of outdoor fitness equipment. And then I mentioned earlier just repurposing and upgrading the concession building, which is very supportive of a lot of the youth sports activities, and then the essentials for public restrooms. We did hear from the community that deferred maintenance has always been a concern, so they'd like to make sure that any of the new facilities, when they're designed for ease of maintenance, wanting again for the park in all the future phases to continue to be safer, cleaner, more welcoming, and a place that they'll be very, very proud of. Also, water conservation is always going to be key, and I mentioned upgrading of the infrastructure that would include the irrigation system, but looking at the landscape palette so that we have native trees and plant material that can be beautiful but also survive droughtier periods of time, and then making it visitor friendly with appropriate amenities like benches, picnic tables, all of which would be ADA accessible. And then also in terms of the inclusion of art and interpretive signage that can again celebrate the history and the culture of the community. So I do want to mention that one of the conversations that evolved out of the steering committee was the opportunity to create a Friends of King Park. So I think we do have some self-identified leaders that would like to work with us in that regard. I think the whole process of developing the vision plan really and truly has created a stronger sense of ownership and pride in the park, and also I think a very optimistic look into the future with the expectation that there will be some notable and important improvements to the park that will stem out of the master plan. And then also, the park that can sustain all of the things that the park's historically been known for, but also a lot of the new programming that the community would like to see presented or accommodated in the park, as well as the events. So next steps, again, I think the budget for building out the entire master plan or the new vision plan was north of $10 million. That's a lot. I know our colleagues at Public Works, they always like to keep a watchful eye on some of these budget items, and I think they'll probably, I know budgets have changed a lot. The cost of labor and a lot of materials and contract services seem to go up each passing week. So we probably will want to take a look, and if there's any revised projections, but we'll be focused on, once council is supportive of this plan, we'll be rolling up our sleeves and start to put King Park on a lot of our grant funding lists, and just hold great optimism for some really great things for this what I would call a major park in CD6. But thank you again, Dr. Sorrow, for your leadership on this whole initiative, and for the members in the audience tonight that have committed a lot of time with great appreciation. I hope you're equally proud of the new MLK Vision Plan. So thank you. Can be here to answer questions.
Thanks, Brent. I think it's great. Plan the work the plan. I say it a lot. You and Dr. Sorrow, Councilwoman Sorrow, have done a great job in the community committee. We're going to take public comment before we go to the council. I'm going to read the names. We have 11, but I don't think 11 are still here. So that means you get the full 3 minutes. Karen Rezai, Min Liu, Anthony Guerrero, Sanai Kinfei, Andy Rath, Cynthia San, Michael Bates, Mark Hobson, Sharon Diggs-Jackson, Roth Prum, and Lillian Parker. Thank you.
President of the Long Beach Gray Panthers. I can't tell you how excited I am to see this project move forward. Before I retired from the Boys and Girls Club, I was supervising over that park space. I know how much that park means to the community. And so many people from that area have gone through the Boys and Girls Clubs at that site. Keith Lilly used to bring Willie McGinnis and Warren G. We would pick them up from Polly and make them go with him to that Boys and Girls Club site. Snoop, he couldn't get Snoop to go because Snoop was always at VIP Records. I think that there might be some interest there, and they should be spoken to see what their interests are. I think they would be invested in seeing this park become really the community jewel that it can be. So thank you to everybody that contributed to this project, and Dr. Sorrow, thank you for your leadership on this much necessary project.
Thank you. Next is Min.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Richardson, City Council members, and community stakeholders. My name is Min Liu, and I serve as Director of Development and Projects at the Boys and Girls Club of Long Beach. I'm here this evening representing our organization to provide public comment to support Long Beach Parks and Recreations and Marines item to adopt the Martin Luther King Jr. Park Vision Project item 18. We urge the council to adopt this plan and your commitment to the ongoing investment in the future of Martin Luther King Jr. Park, or many of our District 6 residents refer as King Park. This plan helps ensure King Park to continue to serve as a cultural, enrichment, and safe recreational space for community youth and adults. Thank you for allowing the Boys and Girls Clubs of Long Beach to remain a true dedicated community partner to support and collaborate the vision and reimagination of King Park. Thank you.
The dream for King Park. All right, next is Anthony.
Yes. I'm going to read two speeches for comments. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I strongly support the Martin Luther King Jr. Park Vision Plan. This park is a vital space for our community, especially our Cambodian American community, who makes up one of the largest populations outside of Southeast Asia, right here in Long Beach. Thanks to the support from Park, Recreations, and Marine, the Khmer Parents Association, KPA, has successfully hosted annual events at McBride Park, bringing our communities together in celebration and connection. The vision plan will ensure that the park continues to serve as a vital cultural and recreational hub for all, including Cambodians and other represented communities in this city. Therefore, this vision plan will allow those voices to continue shaping our future, to promote equity and inclusion, values that honor Dr. King's legacy. I urge the council to adopt this vision plan and invest in the park that truly reflects the diversity and unity of our city. And I will read a speech from one of our youth who had to go home early to study for his exams. Hi, my name is Andy Roth. I am a resident of District 7, and I'll be providing public comments on item 18. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I am here in support of the Park, Recreation, and Marine items to adopt the Martin Luther King Jr. Vision Plan. It has been over a decade since the park saw improvements, and this plan is essential to ensure that the park continues to serve as a vital cultural and recreational space for the community. The vision plan not only honors the legacy of Dr. King, but also creates opportunities to promote equity by engaging with Black African American voices in shaping the future of the park. I urge the City Council to adopt this plan and to commit to the ongoing investment in the future of Martin Luther King Jr. Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kinfei?
Okay. Sanai Kinfei, 6th District resident. I want to thank city staff, people like Ms. Connie Oden and Mr. Bruce that work at the park. These are the people that, with respect to Prop 13 and the resources that a city like Long Beach has, make the most out of what we have in order to support the children and the elderly in the community. So I just want to commend Parks and Rec staff, past and present, for everything that they do. I want to thank Dr. Sulisaro's office for leading this and really coordinating with City Fabric and some of the other community partners this opportunity for people in the neighborhood to really get a say on how they want the park to look. This park means a lot to a lot of us. You know, my mother grew up going to this park. My dad immigrated to America in 1985. He met my mom at LBCC across the street, and they spent a lot of time at the park together. You know, I grew up there eating the free lunches, and for a lot of us, we felt like we've been forgotten in the city, and so it's great to, you know, have 47 pages of the city saying, you know, we're going to reinvest and rise up. And you know, $9,608,000 later, I think we can do that. Mr. Brent, Mr. Modica. This is great. This is a great opportunity. I participated with Miss Sharon and my sister Sheba and many others, Lillian, Miss Wanda Mobley, members of CNAC, and the religious faith-based communities, Gospel Memorial, and just shaping what we envisioned in our community. And I want to say I appreciate all of my elders for allowing me to, having faith in me to best help influence the trajectory of what they wanted. You know, we got opportunities for the youth. A lot of our youth in the community, they're going to Signal Hill Park, and while I appreciate having a neighbor like Signal Hill, I'm firmly of the belief that those children should be present in our park, and this is a great opportunity over the next 5 to 10 years, presumably, that we can make that happen. And so I just want to say thank you to the City of Long Beach for giving us a vision plan on what we want to see in our park. And I want to say quick, too, to Miss Alice Robinson, because I know she's watching on her TV. We've made sure to get the garden expanded for you and for the next generation of gardeners from Alabama to Cambodia and more to come together and work in the garden. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Andy Rath. Andy Rath? Had to go? Okay, Ms. Swan?
Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor, member of the City Council, and elected officials. My name is Sithia San, and I proudly serve as the chair of Cambodia Town. Our office is located within the vibrant 6th District, and this evening I am here to share my public comment regarding item number 18. I stand in strong support of the Park, Recreation and Marine Initiative to adopt the Martin Luther King Jr. Park Vision Plan. It has been over 10 years since this park has received any significant improvements. This vision plan is crucial for ensuring that the park continues to flourish as a cultural and recreational hub for our community. Furthermore, it not only pays tribute to Dr. King's enduring legacy, but also provides a vital opportunity to foster equity by incorporating the voice of Black and African American community in shaping the park's future. On behalf of Cambodia Town, I strongly encourage the City Council to adopt this plan and commit to the ongoing investment in the future of Martin Luther King Jr. Park. And Dr. Sulisaro, thank you for your leadership and take lead on this project.
Thank you. Mr. Michael Bates.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Bates. I'm a member of Grace Memorial Baptist Church, which is it's located about 2 blocks from the park. Over the years, we have organized and participated in many, many events at the park in conjunction with the Boys and Girls Club. We had our kids participate in the basketball programs and in the flag football programs through the park, through the Parks and Recreation. You know, on the other side, it's just been a real staple for that community, as you've heard some of the people before me mentioned. Even Miss Cynthia, we've worked with them in our Unity in the community event that we've had for the last 2 years. And so to have the opportunity for this park to be upgraded is just going to increase the opportunity and the chances for that diverse community to come together and have enrichment events there, things that will build lasting relationships amongst those that are in the 6th District and even within the city of Long Beach. So I'm here in support of everything that's been done. I personally was a part of the steering committee in helping shape the vision of this particular new project. Thank you, Dr. Sorrow, and for your office, and Brant over there. I just want to say thank you. You still have a couple trees I need you to remove over there in the amphitheater area, but I know you will, because you told me you would, but we still want to make all those things happen, because that park actually, it facilitates so many different types of events that we really do need that park to have to have the vision accomplished, so that those that participate in soccer and baseball and just open air events, plus outdoor activities for seniors, so that everyone can use that park in the way that it's intended. And I just want to say thank you all for this, and I am here in support of item number 18. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Hobson.
Okay, my name is Mark Hobson. I'm reading for Chan Hobson. Okay, Sir, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Chan Hobson, Executive Director of the Khmer Parents Association. I strongly support the Parks, Recreation, and Marine item to adopt the Martin Luther King Jr. Park Vision Plan. For over 3 decades, KPA youth, parents, and grandparents actively participated in numerous events, such as planning and volunteering in the annual Juneteenth celebration. We learned so much about Black history through these celebrations. We marched in the annual MLK Jr. Parade to honor the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who sacrificed his life for all of us to have a better life. We attended many different events that were hosted inside the park. The Vision Plan not only honors Dr. King's legacy, but also creates an opportunity to promote equity by engaging African American voices in shaping the future of this park. I urge the Council to adopt this plan and to commit to the ongoing investment in the future of Martin Luther King Jr. Park. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Sharon Diggs Jackson.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and to City Council. I stand before you as a resident of the 5th District, but someone who had the honor and the pleasure to be born and raised in the 6th District. And having spent a lot of time at King Park, I was honored to be able to serve on the steering committee For us to go through this vision plan, I am a historian by nature. I love telling the story of the Black experience here, and to be able to share that throughout the process, we were excited. So I fully support the vision plan. Having worked, though, for the city for over 20 some odd years, I know a plan is no good unless there's some timelines and some dates attached to it. So when we talk about reports coming back and updates, I'd like to see us be able to come back with a timeline of how we're going to make this happen. Because if we don't put some dates on it, it could get lost in the shuffle. We recognize that money is going to have to be raised for that, but also the more that we can plan and strategize to put that out there, the more effective we'll be in receiving those monies. But in the meantime, because the park does get used so much, I don't want the park to then be put on the shelf because we're saying there's a plan coming. We need to maintain and sustain the park today. We need to continue to do that because there's lots of events that are going to be happening. For one, the Martin Luther King Parade and festivities will happen in January. There's some things we need to do before that. So while I love the vision plan and us looking forward, I also don't want us to be neglected and that some of the maintenance, some of the deferred maintenance, some of the other things that we talk about that we can address, that we do those now. And then lastly, I was in a conversation earlier today just talking about the overall vision for the 6th District. The 6th District is worthy of our time and our attention. It was an amazing place to grow up in. There's amazing housing stock there. The talent, all of that has come up out of that district, it warrants a little more attention. So I want the 6th District, the central area, to be a focus area throughout the city to say, what can we do to bring it back or to even improve it? And there's a reason why, and it's valid for us to do that. That district probably represents one of the most diverse districts in the city. If we can show our city how the Latino community, the Black community, the Asian community, our white population, how we're all working together in that area, that becomes a model for how we operate throughout the city. And that was the community that I grew up in. So I say this from me, I don't feel that there's any division. This is not a battle between the Black community, the Asian community, the Latino community. We all want to improve this area and make it everything it can be. So thank you, Dr. Sorrow. And again, we look forward to those dates and those timelines as to how we're going to make it happen. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Roth.
សូមជម្រាបសួរអភិបាលក្រុងនិងសមាជិកក្រុមប្រឹក្សាក្រុងឡុងបិចក្រុងទាំងអស់សូមជ្រាបនាងខ្ញុំឈ្មោះរតព្រំអ្នករស់នៅក្នុងសង្កាត់ទី6នាងខ្ញុំសូមផ្ដល់មតិជាសាធារណៈដើម្បីសម្ដែងនៅការគ្រប់គ្រងលើកម្មវត្ថុលេខទី18គឺគម្រោងចក្ខុវិស័យចំពោះសួនឧទ្យានMartin Luther King របស់ឧទ្យានការកំសាន្តនិងសមុទ្រនាងខ្ញុំជាអ្នករស់នៅក្នុងសង្កាត់ទី6អស់រយៈពេល43ឆ្នាំហើយនាងខ្ញុំបានចូលរួមយ៉ាងសកម្មជាមួយនឹងកម្មវិធីផ្សេងៗជាច្រើននៅក្នុងឧទ្យានMartin Luther King នេះអស់ចំនួនជាង3សតវត្សរ៍ហើយម្យ៉ាងទៀតនាងខ្ញុំមានការសប្បាយចិត្តដែលបានឃើញការកែលម្អរបស់ឧទ្យានចុងក្រោយថ្មីនេះដូច្នេះផែនការនេះគឺជាការចាំបាច់មួយដើម្បីធានាថាឧទ្យាននេះនៅតែជាកន្លែងវប្បធម៌និងកន្លែងកម្សាន្តសម្រាប់សហគមន៍គម្រោងចក្ខុវិស័យមិនត្រឹមតែផ្ដល់កិត្តិយសដល់កេរដំណែលរបស់បណ្ឌិត Martin Luther King ប៉ុណ្ណោះទេប៉ុន្តែថែមទាំងជាទីកន្លែងសម្រាប់បង្កើតឱកាសមួយដើម្បីលើកកម្ពស់សមត្ថភាពតាមរយៈការចូលរួមជាមួយនឹងសម្លេងរបស់ជនជាតិអាហ្វ្រិកអាមេរិកកាំងក្នុងការបង្កើតអនាគតនៃសួនឧទ្យាននេះដូច្នេះនាងខ្ញុំសូមលោកអភិបាលក្រុងនិងសមាជិកក្រុមប្រឹក្សាទាំងអស់មេត្តាគាំទ្រអនុម័តផែនការនេះនិងបដិញ្ញាចំពោះការវិនិយោគដែលកំពុងបន្តនៅក្នុងអនាគតរបស់ឧទ្យានMartin Luther King ក្នុងរាត្រីនេះសូមអរគុណ
All right, thank you. Fine. Oh, interpretation. That's right. Sorry. Thanks. I understood it all. All right, please continue.
Big improvement. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Rex Richardson and City Council members. My name is Rod Prom. I am a District 6 resident, and I'm here today to express my support for item 18 on Martin Luther King Jr. Park Vision Plan. I have called District 6 home for a good 43 years now, and I'm so proud to enthusiastically engage in various programs and events taking place at the park over those past 3 decades. As a resident, I absolutely delighted to see recent improvements made to this park. And undoubtedly, the Park Vision Plan is nothing short of necessity to ensure that this park remains a cultural celebration and community recreation space. Bless you. The Vision Plan would therefore not only honor the legacy of Dr. King, but it helps make the park a place where opportunity is created and equity is promoted through the engagement with the voices of African Americans who together charter the future of this particular park. With that, may I humbly and respectfully count on all of you tonight to vote in favor of this item, and your vote will signify your testament to the continued investment for the future of the Martin Luther King Jr. Park. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Final speaker, Lillian.
Hi.
Please come forward.
Mayor, council, and staff, thank you so much. I'm very honored to be here this evening, and I purposely wanted to come here to say thank you. Born and raised in the 6th District, it makes my heart feel so overwhelmingly joyed to know that King Park is being looked at to be improved. For me, I grew up on the Anaheim corridor, so MacArthur Park was the beginning portion, and I worked closely with MacArthur Park residents after moving from there in the Cambodian community. I brought that up to say these are 2 areas that people join together and work together. There'll be no stopping us. Honestly, the city is vibrant, it's diverse, and it's a wonderful place to live for all of us. The MLK Park is very sensitive to me. I'm very sensitive to that park because we were born and raised in this area. Representing We Got This community organization that was co-founded by Darrell Smith, rest in peace. And we work hard inside King Park to ensure the safety of others, to ensure the vibrant, working with others. And moving forward with the vision plan is nothing but gratitude for the city and its time that it took. So for the time that it took for it to come to pass will just make it that much better if we all work together. All of the council districts, all of the staff, Parks and Rec. Dennis is awesome, he's great, and he makes things happen. For me, sitting on the Vision Plan Committee was an honor. It was the city coming together at our first meeting. We had more than 250 people there at that meeting. It shows you that when they hear about what's happening, something's happening at Kings Park, we're gonna get there. We're gonna be there, we wanna know what's going on. Some of us even have moved out of the district and far away to Riverside or other places. They came back to see what's going on at the park. This park means a lot to a lot of us. And Friends of MLK Park, I am honored to be part of that committee as well. And I look forward to working with them. And it is my hope and desire that it becomes a heritage park. It's befitting. The African American community way back was segregated to the Anaheim corridor in this area. And it is befitting to tell the story of our people and this city. And so I thank you for everything. And I thank the leadership Sheba Gillis and Sharon Scott Lucas, as well as Sheba's grandmother, Miss Scott, who did her own grant to beautify Kings Park and bought the play area for the kids. And so the roots go deep. And so I thank you for always looking at the community and continue to acknowledge us, because we love our community, we love our park, and we look forward to working with all of you.
All right. Well, that was our final public comment speaker. Where were these 11 speakers when they were doing public comment earlier, tearing us down? This is the kind of public comment gets me excited about being mayor. I want to spend all the money on King Park. Well, before I hand it over to the councilwoman, I know she's worked really, really hard on this. I just want to just say how pleased I am that, I thought you all didn't stay and that there were fewer than 10 speakers. All of y'all stayed this entire time and all spoke very personally. These weren't scripted talking points. Very personally about King Park, and that is special. And I know King Park is super important to many generations of people who grew up in Central Long Beach, and we're gonna do the right thing by King Park. We're gonna make real investments there. I'll also say thanks. I remember Councilwoman Sorrow came in. I was vice mayor at the time. She was elected, and she right out the gate said, "What are we gonna do about King Park?" I remember we were strategizing, and we said, "Look at we got some progress from Houghton Park, but it started with the vision. It started when we went back and brought people together about the vision plan, and that's how we began to identify the resources." And she said, "Well, let's do it." And that moniker, you came up with that, Dream for King Park. Was that you or was that Sharon? Was that me? Okay, I don't remember. I just remember early on. I don't remember who. See, I normally say credit for stuff. I'm trying to give it away today. But I just remember that conversation about modeling, because the progress at Houghton, I mean, from an area where the roof was always leaking and we didn't have grass on the on the field, and then you go to the Uptown Jazz Festival and you covered in dust and all of that, to what we have today, all started with getting the community organized around the vision. Today, it's home to Ron Arias Health Equity Center, Doris Topsy Elver Community Center, investments in art throughout the park. But it started with this. That's why I'm optimistic that you got this vision plan done, because now we can work the plan. So thank you so much. That said, Councilmember Sorrow, you got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I am just filled with joy as well that we are here today. It's taken many years, not just to, I think get a process going, but I think getting the community together has been really the journey in itself. And I definitely couldn't have done it without all of you who've spoken and making sure that you attended those meetings, but also special thanks to Park and Recs and Marine Department, Brent, for working collaboratively with City Fabric, who led and facilitated a process with Long Beach Alliance for Food and Fitness and the Children's Clinic, right? Couldn't do it without partnership, but also thanking our volunteer facilitator, Dr. Sheba Gillis, Sharon Diggs-Jackson, and Sinai, as well as other members of the steering committee. That's been really instrumental in making sure we kept coming back together. And it has really been a process to create a dream for King Park, because, that was really one of my very first thing I wanted to do after we were able to get funding. Even before we got funding for MacArthur Park, was we needed a plan so that we could start securing funding to do renovation. And I think you've all shared the story of the importance of this park. It's been a place where when you can only go to a certain place to celebrate, to worship in some sense with each other, and also celebrate and share, it becomes your home and you never forget it. And I do know that, and I recognize the deep significance of the park and the way that we are united through this planning process. And I think even stronger in unity as we go through the implementation of the plan. I'm just going to put my MacArthur vibe out there, that I'm just going to get the full amount in the next year, because I was when I heard from Senator Gonzalez, I think we can get you some funding. Never that I thought ever would I get the full amount. So I'm just going to put it out there for King Park that I'm just going to get a bag of money for this park, so we could start making sure that we do everything that the community wanted. So this is just it's just a testament to the power of collaboration and the shared belief that you know, the residents in this district deserve safe and healthy and vibrant public spaces, and I'm going to make sure we continue to lift that and move it forward together as long as I'm in office. So thank you very much. We really, actually, we'll hear a little later that we've already started improvements, and you'll see that, and we've already begun securing some funding. So there are things in place, and I hear you, Sharon. We will have timelines for things. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Councilmember Rick Sodi.
I was just gonna applaud the community for the work that they have done in this visioning plan. I think the mayor mentioned it. As someone who's been involved in lots of visioning projects, I know you put your heart and soul in this because you're putting your vision of what you want for your community, and that's over decades, right, of seeing perhaps sometimes the investments you didn't see. Right. And so this is a mark, a placemaker, right, for us to say, what is this going to be moving into the future? It's also us as a city saying, okay, this is our vision, right? This is now our base, right? This is our foundation. And now we can go from here and go find the bags of money. And I'm also going to, I was like, I'm gonna join my fellow doctor on council here. And we're gonna speak it into existence that you guys are gonna get all the money for King Park because you deserve it, right? You all mentioned it, right? Diverse community, right? Needs to be invested. We value and celebrate Central Long Beach, right? And so I applaud with you. And I am personally invested and want to see a Dream for King become a reality so that all of our children can enjoy all of the wonderful park space. And, us recognizing the importance of open space when it comes to the health and wellness of our own community. So it's a great day.
All right, Eric, you heard the budget chair, right? She said all the money. Suli said it's bags of money. All right, get ready to build because somewhere the money's coming. The budget chair said so. All right, Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to congratulate you, Councilwoman Saro, on this great project and the community for working with you and staff. Thank you, Director Dennis, for all the work that you've done on this park. And also, being outside of the 6th District, I wanted to share how important this park is citywide. I mean, this is a legendary park, and I think that it's so important not only to the district, but also to us as a city, and I applaud you, and let's make sure we find that bag of money for you.
Somebody's got to make a meme or something for that. All right, thank you so much. That concludes comment. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, congratulations. All right, the next item is related. Item 21.
Report from Public Works, recommendation to adopt plans and specifications and award a contract to National Pools, Inc. for the Martin Luther King Jr. Park Pool Improvement Phase 2 project for a total contract amount not to exceed $1,008,740, District 6.
All right, Eric, you got a brief presentation for us?
Yes, I do. So the project that we're looking to award a construction contract for today is to focus on the pool area. We have some very good pictures to show you that demonstrate the deferred maintenance and the needs and what we're planning to do about this deferred maintenance. So this is the first time we were able to coordinate between two departments where we present the vision plan and we start implementing a large part of that vision plan and get approval on the same night. So I think it's well known that the pool needs to be replastered, the equipment needs to be updated, the circulation system, the chemical system, all of that needs to be modernized, and that's part of the work that we're seeking approval today to enter into an agreement with the construction contractor to get started. We do have a timeline, so I know there was interest in timelines if they're still here, that shows us getting started with these physical improvements December, January. while the overall project will take a few months, we're only looking at having to close down the facility for 3 months. So we're working hard to minimize that time. The current plaster on the pools will need to be removed, and new plaster will get put in, and we were going to be upgrading the fixtures and doing all the other great work here. So we're really excited. Overall, for MLK Park, we have about $3.7 million outlined in the Elevate 28 infrastructure investment plan. This will get just a little over $1 million to start these improvements, and we have money to continue with the other work as well. So.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Sorrow.
Yes, thank you so much, Eric. I really appreciate your team's work on this. We've been working on we've gotten feedback about the pool, which is part of the park, during that vision planning process, and it's been really crucial in how we're able to, pretty much renovate the whole pool and everything in it, which is part of the vision plan. So I'm just so excited that we'll have a new pool. It's going to be light. It's not going to look like you're in Freddy Krueger because it's creepy and dark anymore. It's going to be like beautifully lit with, new paints. So I think that just goes to show the steps that we're already taking to invest in the MLK Park. And it's really, not a pool that's just used by District 6 residents, it's used by everybody in the city who do any kind of programming at the pool. So it's really for everyone. So thank you very much. I'm excited to make sure we finish this soon.
Tom, have you ever heard Freddy Krueger referenced in a city council item before? I mean, I've been around
That's
a
a new
long
one.
time, but
Yeah,
I think
but
that's the
it
first
was
one.
aptly done. We understand the reference, and it's going to look a lot better.
Okay, all right, just checking. Okay, thank you so much. We're gonna, Councilmember Rick Sodi.
Just gonna say, yay, MLK and pools. And while I'm at it, after you do their pool, Eric and Brent, we're talking about that pool in Ramona Park. So I'm just gonna, poke.
So basically, Councilwoman Sorrow, quit gloating about your pool. Don't gloat until we vote. All right, Councilmember Kerr.
Yeah, congratulations on the whole park project, Dr. Sorrow. You're right, this pool gets used by lots of folks. My kiddos learn to swim in that pool. I'm just wondering, Director Lopez, the diving boards are staying, right? Because I also had a kid who was a diver there as well, making sure that that's still an opportunity for the community.
Yes, but they're being improved. So they're being repainted, and we're making some repairs so that they can serve us for another 30 plus years.
Wonderful, thank you.
All right, members, please. There's no public comment. Members, please cast your vote. You're up next, Hamilton Loop. We had to work through King Park, then we're coming your way.
Motion is carried.
All right, it's Hamilton Loop time. Item 19.
Report from Parks, Recreation, and Marine Public Works. Recommendation to increase appropriations in the Capital Project Fund Group in the Parks, Recreation, and Marine Department by $400,000 offset by grant revenue to be used for the planning and design phase of the Hamilton Loop project. District 9.
All right, before we go to the staff presentation, this is a lot of great work. Congratulations, Councilwoman. Our Hamilton neighbors have advocated for this for a long time. And it started with the vision plan that you all worked on, just like the last item. So, council members, let this be a lesson. Start with the vision plan, then go after the money. That said, let's have the staff presentation.
Absolutely. Very excited to be here tonight. This has been a wonderful park equity project that's been a long time in the making. It's starting to get a lot of momentum. We've got a huge amount of support from the Port of Long Beach that we're talking about tonight. And we want to walk through this presentation, kind of remind everybody, center, what was the vision? What are we looking to do with this project? So turn to Brent.
Thank you, Tom. And thank you, Mayor. You actually used my first kickoff comment. So I'm going to use the bag of money because I like that tonight. It's kind of the theme. So Tom mentioned the Port of Long Beach. So this project wouldn't be before you tonight if not for their very, very generous leadership gift. $6.5 million is really like the big kickstart.
That's a big bag
of money. So with that, we'll make this fairly brief. So this is about connectivity, and there's also a big element that hasn't been quite finalized, and that's what's happening with the 91 and how much space with its final design. So that's okay though, but in concept, the Hamilton Loop really develops a really cool long linear parkway on both sides of the 91 with a connection beneath the freeway. So, but what Mayor said was, yeah, without the community's voice and without the creation of a vision, that's the best starting point to see a real big thing happen. So, so the boundaries, again, if you look at the whole corridor, we're, I think, at Myrtle on the southern end, all the way up to Walnut, but there are some additional phases, you know, in the future with more funding. But that's essential element there. So the existing conditions are pretty rough. They're embankment areas, but there's also, you know, some bikeway corridors that give us some connectivity opportunities. I'm going to kind of hustle through this, but it really was a community-driven concept. And these illustrations are really what it's all about. If you kind of remember what it looks like now, and to make it more of a garden-esque edge between the neighborhood and the essential, you know, need of the 91, these funds are really going to enhance that. And it also, excuse me, embeds a lot of passive and, in some cases, active recreational nodes along the corridor. So again, highlighting the Port of Long Beach's grant of $6.5 million, and then also the U.S. Department of Transportation. We benefited from a $1.2 million grant of support in that regard. Now, that comment I made earlier about what's the available space. So the concepts have been looking at options where if you could start to add additional width to excuse me, the corridor, and the voice from the community, they were actually saying that they could see maybe some of the roadway surface width devoted towards the bikeway, for example, or for some wider pedestrian corridors. Those are all kind of sorted out. But again, until the 91 design has been completed, we really are at kind of a hold on the final design for this. And again, just some more illustrations of what the potential can be along the current embankment. They'll look at preserving as many existing trees as possible, but then all the new landscaping, again, will be drought tolerant, natives, and that's really a forte of a lot of the investment that the Port of Long Beach grant funding is all about, is to enhance some of the greenscape along the 91 in particular. Again, some other really great images. I call them precedent images. It does suggest some of the recreational activities, you know, play spaces, playgrounds, the incorporation of placemaking with art, etc. But the cool thing is, look at all the people that are activating that corridor, and it is about connectivity, connecting neighborhoods to neighborhoods, and neighborhood to a beautiful space. Again, thank you, Port of Long Beach, for this very generous leadership gift. The project budget is just around $10 million, and it's sorted, as I mentioned, Port of Long Beach, the Department of Transportation grant, but also park impact fees. A lot of developers do allocate some monies as they increase, you know, residents in an area that necessitate more park space. So $1.25 million in park impact fees, and then our really wonderful Elevate 28 budget has $700,000. So that's the really cool vision for Hamilton Loop, and tonight's action is all about accepting all these bags of money. So thank you.
We came with the bags.
All right, good. Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Rixote.
Yeah, I'm gonna make this quick because I want to hear from our wonderful residents. But yeah, just the history here is, again, predates my children. But we went through a reasoning process, and part of that was, so we have something in North Long Beach called the North Long Beach Neighborhood Association, Neighborhood Alliance, and a project that the Hamilton leaders brought to us was the idea of this Hamilton Loop, right? And that's because it's a park equity issue. We don't have any open green space north of Artesia in North Long Beach. And that is an issue because we have a large number of residents that live north of Artesia, right? We're talking about the College Square neighborhood, the Starr King neighborhood, the Hamilton neighborhood, the McKinley neighborhood, right? And so when you live in a community that is essentially built out, where do you find creative places to put open space? And so this thinking about this right away around the 91 freeway was something that came to us, and we as a neighborhood alliance, we all voted. So all the neighborhood associations in the 9th district, we all voted to uplift this project and make this our open space priority, because we value that community and wanted to make sure that they had access to open space like the other neighborhoods had, including DeForest, Houghton, and Ramona Park. So this has been a long-term labor of love. And so it's wonderful for us to be able to see it to a place where we have a vision plan and we have some dollars attached to it. And then I do want to make sure that people know that this project started long before, this vision and discussion around this particular park space started long before there was discussions around the SR 91. So no matter what happens with that, we're going to make this a reality. And we're going to make sure that this is something that represents the North Long Beach community well, and something that we can use for generations for our community. And so I'm happy to be here today with our bags of money, and being able to demonstrate to Councilmember Dr. Sorrow here that the bags are coming. And with that, I would love to take public comment.
All right, let's go to public comment. Jerry Fink, Linda Campbell, Isaac Martinez. Whatever order you guys prefer, you earned it.
Hi, my name is Jerry Fink. I'm with the Hamilton Neighborhood Association. Thank you, Mayor Richardson, the City Council and staff. Just a little history, because I wasn't sure whether you're going to cover the history or not, but 91 Freeway was constructed in 1967, long history, and runs right through the middle of the Hamilton neighborhood, just north of Artesia Boulevard. The freeway is elevated above the neighborhood, so on both sides there are sound walls towering 40 feet above the streets, and below them the ground slopes to street level, all surrounded with chain link fencing. Caltrans maintenance of these areas was non-existent before our association joined with the Adopt a Highway program to gain keys to the gates and access to the property for cleanups. For years, Caltrans has been cutting down trees randomly with no replacements, and we are in desperate need of pollution mitigation by the way of more tree plantings and vegetation to help filter the particles coming from the freeway. Our area of the city has one of the highest pollution rates, and our neighborhood has the least amount of open green space per capita in the city. There is no other public green space available in our neighborhood. 8 years ago, we began fixing up and landscaping the corners at street intersections and created mini parks to help dress up these neglected areas. Our goal was always to someday get rid of that chain link fencing along the freeway and replace the overgrown weeds with some planned landscaping, lighting, and walking areas, and trees for pollution mitigation. These fenced off areas have long been a magnet for illegal dumping and homeless encampments, and we have looked forward to the day when this area is designated with park status and appropriate maintenance, care, and lighting. 6 to 7 years ago, our then councilman, Rex Richardson, along with Parks and Rec and City Fabric, organized dozens of public events around North Long Beach, gathering residents' input on what they wanted to see in the Hamilton Loop and what could be possible. The freeway is not going anywhere, and the pollution is here. We need to take pollution mitigation seriously now because we keep losing trees and vegetation, and none are being replaced by Caltrans. Lack of irrigation and weed control is a fire hazard, and we have lost more trees recently from fires. We have an opportunity now to not only take control of our health and sustainability, but to make our neighborhood a nicer place to live. We are thankful that we are finally seeing some of the needed financing take place after years of hard work, and look forward to progressing our neighborhood to a greener future. After almost 60 years of that freeway being there, it's about time we invest in upgrading the infrastructure to pull ourselves out of the past and into the 21st century. Thank you for supporting 19 and 20 on the agenda. Thank you.
Good job, Jerry.
Thank you.
All right, Linda.
That's a really tough act to follow. My name is Linda Campbell. I'm a 44-year resident of the Hamilton neighborhood. The vision plan that we created 8 years ago the kids that I rounded up as a former teacher, I figured, okay, who better to tell us what they want in a park area than the kids in the neighborhood? Some of those kids were in 6th grade. They're now sophomores in college. It's taken a long time for us to get to this point, and we are really excited about the bags of money now there. I like that phrase. I'm going to use that as I talk to my fellow neighbors about the Hamilton Loop project. Whatever we need to do, and as Jerry said, we designed corner parks, volunteered, all of the materials were donated, the hours we spent planting was done by the Hamilton neighborhood. And now we see a vision where what we designed and thought about will come to fruition, hopefully soon. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
That's also a tough act to follow. Yeah, hello, my name is Isaac Martinez. I'm a resident of Howden Park in District 9. Good evening, everyone that's still here. I think it's great that the Hamilton Loop project is moving forward without any input from Metro. Ricardo Laura Park in Linwood, Ruth Caruthers Park in Bellflower, Foster Road in Norwalk, Fernwood Avenue in Linwood, and our very own Coolidge Park in District 8. These are some of the local parks and greenbelts that are adjacent to a local freeway, so we should take note. We don't need the moon and the stars in the design phase for the Hamilton Loop. Just give us the green space. I believe we already had the vision plan that sold us on the idea of the wonderful greenbelt, and while it's nice to aim high, the reality of what the 91 Auxiliary Freeway Expansion Project has done to the credibility of land development around freeways is disappointing. Trust has been broken. So I hope that the city of Long Beach can remedy this issue and use this money to develop the Hamilton Loop project. It seems like the project was a carrot on a stick that Metro kept dangling in front of the community to get the neighbors to agree to their expansion project. We know we need more green spaces in District 9. I think it was really brave and admirable that Dr. Joni Ricks Odie listened to her community and used her voice to speak up and stop the freeway project from moving forward. It's interesting territory that we're in. Rejecting a highway expansion project is not something you do normally. So I hope she continues to listen to her community and add more green spaces to mitigate the air pollution in our neighborhood. I wish her luck on finding more bags of money to complete the project. Thank you.
Okay, you're on to something with this bags of money. All right, well, that satisfies public comment. Before I take it back behind the rail, so it's great to see these resources here. But let's be clear. You guys said doing these small parks. They were guerrilla parks you guys were out there making, right? We had Caltrans and Public Works like, what is going on? They're building parks. It was. I know. I was the council member. I remember. Oh, you don't have to convince me. You guys were out there getting donated goods and building parks on the berms. It was you guys. It was Renette, Hilda. And then we were doing, this is before Hamilton Loop Vision. We were doing the North Long Beach Open Space Plan. And you guys out-organized all the projects and voted for the Hamilton Loop to be the #1 project of the Uptown Open Space Plan. I got the receipts. I remember all of this, right? You guys are really well positioned. You've organized. The vision plan is there. I think what I did here that I would say, Brent, is you're waiting on some final resolution from Metro on the Metro project. I'm going to do what I can, and let's circle back up. Just whatever the answer is, let's get to that. Because if there's ways to invest the money, if you have capital right now, $7.5 million, we should be moving forward. So am I understanding that we're in a holding pattern because of Metro? Is that the case here? Yeah, I'm seeing heads nodding.
So
Hang on.
So we're still waiting for Metro to formalize what they're going to do and how they're going to move forward. Our design that we're ready to move forward now is not dependent on them making a decision.
That's what I wanted
We
to
have
hear.
our right-of-way space. We can still request access to their right-of-way space through their process to make these improvements, like plant trees, add benches, add lighting, etc. But it does help us to know how they're going to proceed, but it does not impact us in any way for us to be able to move forward.
Yeah, I understand that. So I think, I mean, these folks have waited a long time. There's funding, the vision's done, right? I can't keep saying plan the work the plan if we got the bags of money, if we're not working the plan. I like saying it, so you guys need to move forward on just getting this project done. There's street stuff, there's the green bike lane, the extension of the sidewalk, right? The lighting. There are elements we could do now, right? What you got?
There is, Mayor. And Parks and Rec and my Public Works team, we actually already had the transfer meeting. So the thinkers and the planners have done their part. They've now given it over to the doers and the helpers for us to work with the community to finalize the design and move forward. So,
all right. And
and the bags of money are here to allow us to move forward.
The next item is to transfer the bag of the money. Got it. Okay. All right. Councilwoman Sorrow.
I just want to say congratulations, Councilmember Dr. Rixodi, as well as all your residents who fought long and hard to make this happen. Much respect to just making sure that you never give up when you know what's right. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kerr.
Yes, congratulations. So I was on the school board during the formation of this project, and I remember, Linda, how intentional you were about talking to young folks and to bringing them in the project, because they were going to climb on it no matter what it was, so you might as well figure out from them what it is so that we can work around their climbing patterns. So I just want to thank you as a longtime resident of the area to really make plans for the future, and I'm just really grateful, so congratulations.
All right, great. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
20, please.
Report from Parks, Recreation, and Marine and Public Works. Recommendation to authorize city manager to execute agreement with the U.S. Department of Transportation and California Department of Transportation to accept and expend grant funding in the amount of $1.2 million to be used for the planning and design phase of the Hamilton Loop Project, District 9.
More bags of money.
It's more bags of money.
More bags of money. All right, I don't think we need a presentation on this. Is there any public comment here? Isaac? Isaac's good. Members, please cast your vote. Thanks, Isaac. Appreciate it.
Motion is carried.
All right. Okay, big night for Hamilton Loop. All right. And our final item is item 17.
Report from Long Beach Airport.
We want a long report tonight.
Recommendation to authorize city manager to execute all documents necessary to enter into a contract with RS&H California Inc. for planning and design services for the Pad 11 Reconstruction and Taxiway K Rehabilitation Project at the Long Beach Airport for a total contract amount not to exceed $2.4 million, District 5.
Director Guidry, I know you've waited all night for this presentation. I'm sorry to have to let you down, but we're not going to have staff report on this tonight. We're going to move forward. Is there any public comment here? Seeing none, it is moved and seconded. Members, please cast your vote.
Take your bag of money.
Take your bag of money and go.
Could have texted that to her.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Well, that satisfies the agenda. We now have general public comment number 2. Kia. Is Kia here? K-I-A-H. Kia is not here. Thank you so much. That concludes public comment. We'll now go to closing comments and adjournment. Going once? Going twice? Okay. All right. Councilwoman Sorrow.
Yes, I have one thing, which is on October 19th, this Saturday. It's going to be AOC 7's neighborhood cleanup. Meetup is at Mark Twain Library. No tricks, just treats. Come on down at 11 a.m.
Thank you. Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be really quick. Want to invite everybody to the Long Beach Heritage Downtown Architecture Walk Tour on Saturday, October 19th from 9:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. at 185 East 3rd Street in the Promenade. For more information, please contact Downtown Long Beach Alliance at info@dlba.org. Also, a Long Beach Pet Fair will be taking place on Saturday, October 19th from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. at 386 East Shoreline Drive. I'd love to invite you to attend. And also, last but definitely not least, our Dia de los Muertos Grand Parade will be taking place on November 2nd at 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. on Pine Avenue, downtown, and will be traveling south onto Shoreline Village. After that, we will have a festival to celebrate Dia de los Muertos. Also, ABC7 will be streaming the parade live and will be airing it the next morning on Sunday on Channel 7. So thank you. See everybody out in the community.
Thank you. Councilmember Kerr.
Yes, and since Director Guidry and Mr. Rio stuck around, I'd like to invite all residents to attend Long Beach Airport's Festival of Flight this Saturday, October 19th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. The free family-friendly event will feature food trucks, static aircraft on display, live entertainment, and more. We hope you'll join us as we close out the celebration of Long Beach Airport's 100th anniversary, so we'll see you out there. Also, we kicked off Filipino History Month, so you can go to the October Mercado at Kubo on Atlantic and Bixby Knolls on Saturday from 11 to 3, so it's really close to the airport. You could do both. And then on Sunday, October 20th, I invite you all to attend the next experience in Willow Springs Park. Music in the park from 3 to 5 p.m. Join the interactive program to your ancient homelands, the indigenous music of North, Central, and South America. And lastly, I encourage you all to save the date for the 28th Annual Historical Cemetery Tours, returning to our Sunnyside and municipal cemeteries next Saturday, the 26th, from 8:30 to 3. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't do cemeteries. All right, next, Councilmember Rick Sodi.
I also don't do cemeteries, but enjoy. I'd like to invite you out to the DeForest Park Neighborhood Association meeting that will be this Thursday, October 17th, from 7 to 8 p.m. This will be held at the DeForest Park Clubhouse at 6255 DeForest Avenue. I'd also like to invite you out to our District 9 voter registration event. This will be held on Saturday, October 19th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. We'll be holding this at the Michelle Obama Library at 5870 Atlantic Avenue. And then lastly, at the end of this month, on Saturday, October 26th, we will be hosting our final of the year, Coffee with a Cop, from 9 to 11 a.m. This will be at the Starbucks that's located at 6229 Downey Avenue, so right there at Artesia and Downey. If you have any questions about any of these events, please contact our office at 562-570-6137 or district9@longbeach.gov. And I'd also like to thank everyone who came out to our Queen Mary event. We had over 300 people show up. Yeah, so we gave out 250 plus gift bags, so it was a great turnout, and folks had a great time. So,
You didn't invite your favorite constituent?
are you not on the newsletter, sir?
Dang. All right. Well, thank you so much, folks. That concludes the city council meeting. The meeting is now adjourned. Have a good night.